They say the woods don't keep secrets, but the rangers do. Every trail has a story. Some are written in reports. Others are whispered between shifts. These are the ones they don't talk about after dark. You've entered the part of the forest where even the brave don't linger. Listen closely. Some of these voices never made it back. My name is Evan Price, and as of June 14th, I became an official ranger with the National Park Service. That sentence still feels strange to say out loud. For years I'd been the one driving through the gates, snapping pictures, buying patches, asking rangers for trail updates. But now, somehow, the green uniform is mine. My first posting was supposed to be temporary. A short seasonal assignment on the North Rim of the Grand Canyon, covering maintenance surveys, before the next rotation of staff arrived. The North Rim has a reputation, even among rangers. Most of the year it's closed off. Snow and remoteness do that. But even in open season, it feels quieter, emptier, older. People say it's like standing on the edge of a thought that hasn't quite finished forming. I'd never understood what they meant until that morning. The road up from Jacob Lake was a narrow thread through ponderosa pines. Every few miles, a gap in the trees let me glimpse the canyon itself, not in full, but as light falling into itself. Deep reds and shadows moving with the clouds. It was beautiful, yes, but also humbling. Like being watched by something too large to see all at once. My assignment packet listed North Rim Outpost 31, a small operations cabin near the Cape Royal Road. I'd be running standard inspections, radio checks, fuel inventory, wildlife log. The instructions included a note that the outpost had been decommissioned following 2011 seasonal closure. The phrasing puzzled me. If it was decommissioned, why send me there? The packet just said the building had been recently reopened for short-term evaluation. It was nearly 8 a.m. when I reached the turnoff. The road was little more than 2 ruts of gravel, split by bunchgrass. The sign that once read Outpost 31 was so weathered that the numbers looked like scratches. I parked by a rusting utility trailer, grabbed my field pack and stepped out into silence. Even the wind felt tentative here. The cabin stood at the edge of a slope overlooking a small meadow. One story, built from heavy logs, darkened with pitch and sun, its windows opaque with dust. I expected cobwebs, maybe a nest or two under the eaves. But when I pushed open the door, the smell that hit me wasn't rot. It was coffee, fresh, dark, unmistakably brewed within the last few minutes. For a moment, I actually laughed under my breath. There was no power hooked up, no running water that I could tell, and yet the air carried that bitter warmth. Inside, sunlight spilled across the floorboards through the window gaps. A pot sat on a metal percolator, on the small gas stove, steam coiling lazily from its spout. "Hello," I called, half expecting some early maintenance worker. No one answered. The mug beside the stove was chipped white enamel, the kind issued decades ago. It held a shallow pool of coffee, still rippling as though it had just been set down. I should have radioed in right then. But first, day nerves make you second. Guess what qualifies as reportable? I told myself, maybe another ranger had stopped by ahead of schedule. So instead, I set down my pack and did what training drilled into me: note everything. The date, time, temperature, condition of property. Logbook found on desk, I wrote. Front door latch intact. Stove active. Possible previous occupancy. There was another note tucked inside the front cover, written in older ink, the paper yellowing at the edges. It read, "If you arrive and the coffee's on, don't make a fuss. He's friendly enough. Just let him finish his round." The handwriting was neat but shaky, like someone's hand had started to tremble mid-sentence. No signature. I reread it 3 times, then checked the rest of the room. 2 bunks, a map tacked to the far wall, a wood stove with cold ash. Everything else looked frozen in time, the kind of dessous you can't fake. Except that coffee. I stepped outside again. The air at this elevation is so thin that even breathing feels like trespass. From the porch, I could see the canyon rim beyond the pines, a long horizon folded in light. And beneath that beauty, an itch of unease settled under my skin. The radio crackled faintly when I tested it. "This is Ranger Price, checking in from Outpost 3-1. Arrived on site at 08:05. Structure intact. Noting some irregularities. Possible prior presence." Static answered. Then a clipped voice, "Copy that, Price. Outpost 31, huh? Didn't think they sent anyone up there yet." It was Ranger Doyle, my supervisor, speaking from the main station. "They did, sir," I said, trying not to sound uneasy. Coffee on the stove. Might have been a tech from maintenance. Silence stretched. Then, "No one's been assigned there since the closure. You sure you're at 31? Sign's probably half rotted." I looked again at the faded marker by the road. The numbers, though faint, matched my packet exactly. Affirmative. Same coordinates. Another pause. "All right. Do a quick perimeter check, then secure the cabin. Don't stay longer than needed. We'll debrief at base this evening." Understood. I shut off the radio, though the line still hissed like it wanted to keep speaking. The perimeter was quiet. Too quiet for the usual morning chorus of ravens or chipmunks. Around back, I found old boot prints hardened in the dust. They weren't mine, and they weren't recent enough to match this morning's soft soil. But the shape was distinct Ranger issue tread. Narrow heel, deep toe groove. A single pair circling the cabin once, then vanishing toward the ridge. I followed them maybe 50 feet before they simply stopped, as if the wearer had stepped neatly into the air. The ground beyond was unbroken. Back inside, I tested the stove. The flame guttered low but steady. The fuel line was intact, propane tank still half full. That, at least, was explainable. Maybe the last Ranger never turned it off. But the freshness of the coffee, no explanation fit. I poured a little into the mug, partly to check the temperature, partly because my nerves needed grounding. It was hot enough to burn. I didn't drink it. By noon, I'd cataloged the maps, repaired the window latch, and inventoried the gear. The unease hadn't gone away. It had thickened, the way humidity does before a storm. Every sound inside the cabin had a twin that seemed to come a heartbeat later. My own movements echoed wrong, softer than they should have been. At 12:43, I heard boots on the porch. Instinct kicked in before fear. I turned, expecting maybe Doyle or another Ranger arriving after all. The shadow that passed across the door was human-sized, moving with the slow weight of someone used to carrying gear. Then a knock, 3 dull thuds. I opened the door. No one was there. The porch boards were still swaying slightly, as if under recent weight. The meadow beyond shimmered under sunlight, perfectly still. I waited a long time before stepping out. When I finally did, the air smelled again. Coffee and something faintly metallic, like old tin. I followed the scent around the side of the cabin and stopped cold. The percolator was outside now, resting on the steps, steam still rising. I hadn't moved it. "Doyle, this is Price," I said into the radio, voice tight. "Possible vandalism or unknown contact at Outpost 31. No visual on subject but evidence of tampering." Static again, then the same reply as before. Word for word, tone for tone. "Copy that, Price. Outpost 31, huh? Didn't think they sent anyone up there yet." Exactly the same phrasing. I didn't even finish the call. Just shut the radio off and stared at the trees until my pulse steadied. Inside, I checked the logbook again. A new entry had been written beneath my handwriting: June 14, 1300, here's Ranger Price on site. All's quiet. Good to have company again. R.W. I hadn't written that. I stood there for a long time, rereading those initials. R.W., the name came to me later, when I went through the dusty personnel binder stacked under the bunk. Outpost 31's last recorded occupant, Ranger William Rowe. Assigned summer 2011. His file ended with a single-line status: unresolved disappearance during closure procedures. The clock above the door ticked faintly even though its battery slot was empty. I told myself it was a prank, or maybe an electrical echo through the radio repeater. But when I stepped outside again to check the generator, the mug was gone. Only a ring of wet heat on the railing remained, like someone had just lifted it moments before I came out. I stayed until sundown, partly out of duty, partly because leaving felt like admitting something had crossed a line I couldn't name. The forest at that hour went from gold to bruised purple. Shadows gathered early along the ridge. At 1852, I heard footsteps again. Steady, measured, crunching through the gravel. This time I didn't look through the window. I knew the pattern already: 3 knocks. They came, slow and deliberate. When I opened the door, the cup sat waiting on the top step, full once more, steam rising in the cool air. The sun slipped below the canyon rim, leaving the whole world washed in copper light. The radio, though switched off, gave one last brief crackle, and a voice, lower and slower than before, said softly, "Evening, Price. Appreciate you keeping the place warm." I didn't move, didn't breathe. The air still smelled of coffee, and beneath it, faintly, the scent of dust after long absence, like someone had just walked home. I didn't drink the coffee. I left it where it sat, steaming on the step, because part of me knew the act of touching it would mean admitting something impossible was happening. The canyon wind had died by then, and everything, Pine's air, my own heartbeat, felt paused between seconds. Inside, the cabin looked smaller than it had that morning. My flashlight threw long, restless shadows along the walls, and the ticking from the dead clock hadn't stopped. I found myself counting between each click, trying to prove the rhythm made sense. It didn't. The gaps kept changing, like a pulse: too fast, then too slow. The radio still sat on the desk, dark but faintly humming. I had unplugged it, removed its battery, even disconnected the antenna cable. Yet every few minutes, the speaker whispered static that sounded close to breathing. I wrote another log entry, partly for procedure, partly for sanity. 1930 HERS, unknown interference, possibly local atmospheric anomaly. Mug replaced on porch without visual on subject. Remaining on site per instruction. The handwriting shook worse than I wanted to admit. I decided to make one more perimeter, check before locking in for the night. The beam of my flashlight carved a thin corridor through the dark pines. Somewhere far below, the canyon exhaled. A deep, almost human sigh as air funneled through the stone chambers. It was a sound the old rangers called the lungs. Doyle had said in training, natural acoustics, nothing else. Still, I couldn't shake the thought that it felt like breathing. Around the back of the cabin, I found something I hadn't seen before. The dirt behind the propane tank was freshly disturbed, small indentations leading from the edge of the woods to the porch. Not boot prints this time. Barefoot, larger than mine, but faint, as if pressed long ago and somehow preserved until tonight. A shape moved at the edge of the flashlight beam. Not close, not threatening, just movement. I froze. The forest went silent in reply. "Hello," I said again, softer this time, as though the voice that might answer would be gentler for it. Nothing. When I turned back toward the cabin, the light caught the window. Someone was standing inside. My first reaction was rational, reflexive. I'd somehow left the door unlocked, and another ranger had arrived. But when I hurried around to the front steps, the door was still bolted from the inside, exactly as I'd left it. The cabin's single window looked out over the stove. The figure was gone, but I could still see the outline of a handprint on the inside glass. Slightly smeared, long-fingered, fresh enough that condensation glistened in the print's grooves. I don't remember unlocking the door. I just remember standing back inside, scanning every shadow. My flashlight found nothing but dust floating like ash. And then the smell hit me. Coffee again, but stronger now. Burnt at the edges, acrid like metal. The percolator sat cold, yet steam curled faintly from its spout, vanishing halfway up, as if dissolving into the air. That was the moment I started to believe this wasn't about trespassers or pranks. Something was reenacting a pattern, a habit, a man making his morning brew. Even when there was no morning left to have. The name in the file, Ranger William Rowe, looped through my head. The missing ranger. The one who'd last logged this outpost in 2011. "Good to have company again," his note had said. I thought of leaving right then. Driving down the forest road, radioing Doyle from the nearest turnout. But every time I pictured the path out, I saw the boot prints ending mid-trail, that clean stop. And some instinct I didn't recognize whispered that leaving now wouldn't take me anywhere new. Just around, back to the same point. So I stayed. At 21:14, the radio spoke again. "Evening, Price. You settling in all right?" Not static this time. Clear, human, almost friendly. I grabbed the mic. "Who is this? Identify yourself. You're up at 31, right?" Haven't had a man posted there in a while. The voice had that same tone I'd heard earlier, but the cadence was different. Slower. Deliberate, like it was choosing words from memory rather than thought. "This is Ranger Price. State your call sign." Silence. Then, Rowe. But I suppose that doesn't mean much anymore. My grip on the radio tightened until it squealed with feedback. "This isn't funny. Ranger Rowe's been listed missing for 14 years. "Not missing," the voice said calmly. "Stayed." Then the line went dead. I left the radio on the table and backed toward the door. My flashlight flickered. Twice, then died entirely. I switched to my backup. The beam narrower, weaker. In that cone of light, the logbook pages fluttered. There was no breeze. New writing sprawled across the open page. The ink still glistening. 21:15, Hers coffee's cooling. He'll want it warm when he gets back. The handwriting matched. Rowe's file, signature perfectly. I don't remember sitting down, but somehow I ended up in the chair by the stove. The mug of untouched coffee on the desk beside me. The air felt thick, like altitude sickness pressing on my temples. Through the walls, faintly, footsteps circled again, deliberate, even-paced. twice, a third time, then nothing. When I finally stepped outside, the world had gone entirely still. The stars over the canyon looked too bright, as if someone had scrubbed the sky clean. My breath came out white, even though it wasn't cold enough for that. And then I saw him. At least, I think I did. Down by the meadow's edge, a man stood facing the canyon, wearing what looked like the old khaki ranger jacket. The kind phased out before I joined. His back was to me, his shoulders a little slumped, one hand resting on his hip like he was watching for weather. I called out once, voice cracking halfway through. "Ranger Rowe." He didn't turn. For a few seconds, the air shimmered around him, like heat mirage above asphalt. When I blinked, the shape was gone. Only the faint scrape of boots retreating toward the slope remained. I followed until the sound stopped at the same spot, where the prints had vanished earlier. This time, the ground was newly disturbed, one clear print overlaying the old ones. The fresh edge. When I crouched to study it, the soil was still warm. I radioed Doyle again, desperate for any voice that wasn't mine. The line hissed, then came alive with fragments. My own words from earlier in the day. Coffee on the stove. Might have been a tech. Each sentence replayed in my own tone, looping wrong, syllables stretched or reversed. I threw the radio onto the step. It kept talking. By 22:40, fatigue and adrenaline had merged into something close to dream logic. I remember sitting at the table, writing a final note in the logbook, though the words refused to stay steady under my hand. Remaining overnight due to interference. Will depart at first light. I think I slept for a while, because when I opened my eyes again, the window had gone gray with pre-dawn light. But my watch read 23:11. That made no sense. The light wasn't sunrise. It was the moon rising across the canyon, bright enough to make the pines look silver. And through that light, the door creaked. Someone stepped inside, boots on wood, slow, sure. The same pace I'd heard outside earlier. I didn't move. Didn't look up. The smell of coffee filled the cabin again. Fresher now, almost pleasant. A hand brushed my shoulder, firm but not cold. Then a voice. Right by my ear. "You did fine, Price. Place needed tending. They always forget that." When I turned, no one was there. Only the air shifting as if recently occupied. The logbook lay open on the table. Another line had been added beneath my own's, 23:12 hers. Relief arrived. Shift continues. The pen was still rolling slightly from where it had been set down. I walked outside into the moonlight, half expecting the forest to change shape around me. But everything looked ordinary. Quiet, silver, still. Only the sound of the wind moving through the canyon rose and fell like breath. The mug waited on the railing again. Full, steaming. My name etched faintly along the rim as if by fingernail. I don't remember deciding to pick it up. I just remember the heat against my palm. Solid, real, and beneath the metal taste of fear, another thought formed. Calm, heavy, uninvited, someone has to stay. The canyon stretched endless below, dark, swallowing light. I set the mug down beside the logbook, hands shaking but steady enough to write one last line. 23:30 hers. Maintaining position until further instruction. When I looked up, the second bunk was no longer empty. The outline of a uniform lay across it, hat resting neatly on top. Outside, dawn still refused to come. The light outside never changed. It hung there, pale and metallic, as if the moon had decided morning wasn't worth the effort. I sat at the desk. The logbook opened before me, the ink of my last entry still wet. My hand hovered over the page, waiting for instruction that never came. The air inside the cabin was heavy with that same scent. Coffee, dust, and a hint of ozone, like the sky before lightning. The radio clicked every few minutes, teasing the start of a transmission, but offering only the hollow hush of distance. At some point, I realized I wasn't alone. Not in the way a person senses footsteps or breath. This was subtler. The space around me had shifted. The cabin felt occupied, yet nothing moved. It was as though someone had stepped inside the idea of the room and stayed there, patient, invisible. My reflection in the window was faint, double exposed. For a moment, I thought I saw another figure standing just behind me in the glass. Same uniform, same posture, but older, like a version of myself after too many winters. When I turned, there was only air. The clock ticked again. Off. Beat. And I remembered what Doyle had said in training. A ranger's first night alone will teach you whether you belong to the park, or it belongs to you. Maybe that's all this was, the canyon testing me. At Ozer 17, I heard the faint growl of an approaching engine. Relief surged, wild and shaky. Headlights cut through the trees, sweeping the meadow. I ran outside, waving my flashlight. "Over here," I shouted. The truck rolled to a stop beside the signpost, engine idling rough. I could just make out two figures in the cab. One in the passenger seat leaning forward, another gripping the wheel. But the windshield glare made their faces unreadable. I stepped closer, shielding my eyes. "Ranger Price, Outpost 31. Appreciate the pickup." No one answered. The truck door creaked open on its own. The cabin light inside glowed that same dull orange as the stove flame. The seats were empty. I took another step. The air smelled of fuel and wet pine, but beneath it lingered the sharper tang of brewed coffee. When I blinked, the truck was gone. The gravel where it had sat was undisturbed, not even tire marks. Only my own footprints led back to the porch. Inside, the second bunk was made now, sheets tight, pillow fluffed, a folded note resting on the blanket. I approached slowly, half expecting it to vanish as I reached for it. It didn't. The paper was crisp, the ink clean. Shift rotation confirmed. Keep logs current. Weather coming from the east. RW. I read it twice, then a third time, before sliding it under the logbook's cover. Something in the neatness of it steadied me. Whatever was happening here obeyed rules, however strange. The hours that followed were disjointed. Snatches of movement and silence stitched together. The stove light dimmed, then brightened. The radio whispered my name once, then stopped. I must have drifted into a shallow doze, because when my eyes opened again, gray dawn was finally bleeding through the window. But the clock read 12:01 a.m. I stepped outside. The sky above the canyon shimmered, as if two dawns were fighting for space. One real, one reflected from somewhere deeper. For the first time since arriving, I felt warmth on my face, not from the sun, but from below, rising out of the chasm. Down the slope, a single column of smoke curled from the canyon's edge. The faint gray thread of a morning fire. Someone brewing coffee. I should have radioed it in, followed protocol. But curiosity overrode procedure. I grabbed my field pack and walked toward the smoke. The trail wound through fir and aspen, every branch jeweled with dew. The further I went, the more the air hummed. That low electric buzz of altitude, mixed with something older, quieter. When I reached the clearing, the smoke had already thinned to a ghost. An old camp ring sat beside the cliff, stones blackened from long use. A tin percolator rested on the coals, steaming faintly. The smell, strong, rich, familiar, hit me like memory. Beside it lay a ranger's hat, sun-bleached and soft with age. I crouched, running my fingers over the initials etched on the brim. WR. Footsteps approached behind me. Steady, unhurried. I turned. Ranger Rowe stood there. He looked younger than the photo in his file, or maybe the same, impossible to tell. His uniform was clean but faded, colors bleached by years of weather. His expression wasn't cruel or sad, just content, like a man who'd accepted the job he'd been given. "You kept it warm," he said. His voice was the same one that had come through the radio, low, calm, unbothered by the impossible. I couldn't speak. My throat had gone dry from altitude or fear or both. He nodded toward the percolator. Every morning, the place wakes itself. Stove fires, radios hum, doors open. Habit's a hard thing to bury out here. I'm supposed to report this. I managed. You've been missing since 2011. He smiled faintly. Not missing, just never relieved. The wind shifted, carrying the smell of coffee back toward the cabin above. I realized then that his boots left no imprint in the dirt. Not hovering, just untouched, as if the ground didn't register his weight. "I can take over your post," I said, though I wasn't sure why. The words came out like instinct, like reciting procedure. "You can stand down, Ranger Rowe." He looked past me to the canyon, where light was beginning to rim the far wall's gold. "That's kind of you. But there's always a ranger here. Has to be. The canyon doesn't like to wake alone." He lifted the percolator, poured a single cup, and handed it to me. The metal was warm against my palms. The steam rose into the cold air, fragrant, real. I could feel its heat on my face. When I blinked, Rowe was gone. Only the canyon remained, vast and soundless. I set the cup down carefully, unwilling to spill it, and walked back toward the cabin as the first birds began to stir. The light felt wrong again by the time I reached the porch. Too orange, too still. My watch had stopped. The clock inside had too. The radio crackled once more. "Ranger Price, this is Doyle. Come in. We're approaching your coordinates. You still up there?" Relief hit hard enough to make my knees weak. I grabbed the mic. "Copy, Doyle. I'm here. Outpost 31 secure. Just come see for yourself. We've been trying to reach you for 2 days, Price. You're sure you're at Outpost 31? My voice cracked. "I arrived this morning." "That was Tuesday," Doyle said quietly. "It's Thursday now." The static flared, then steadied. I looked at the logbook. The last entry in my handwriting read June 14, 23:30 Hrs. Maintaining position until further instruction. Below it, a new line shimmered faintly in drying inkseed, June 16. So 6th of Steventransfer's relief arrived. Shift continues. EP. I hadn't written that. The door hinges groaned. Doyle stepped inside, flanked by another ranger I didn't know. They looked around, eyes narrowing, at the neat bunks, the warm stove, the fresh pot of coffee steaming gently on the counter. "Who's been up here with you?" Doyle asked. I said, though even to me the answer sounded like a lie. He picked up the logbook, frowning at the recent ink. "You've been signing your initials twice." I shook my head. He didn't press. Just set the book down carefully, as if it might bite. "Let's pack it in. You look like hell." Outside, the sun had finally cleared the horizon. For the first time, daylight reached the cabin's roof, turning the wood bright amber. I thought that would make everything feel normal again, but the light only made the shadows sharper. As we loaded the truck, I glanced back one last time. A man stood in the window, watching. He lifted his hand in a small, almost polite wave. I blinked. The window was empty. We drove down the gravel road without talking. Doyle fiddled with the radio, muttering about signal drift. When we reached the paved highway, he asked quietly, "You sure you're all right?" "Price." "Yeah." I lied. "Just tired." He nodded, eyes still on the road. "That cabin shouldn't have had power. Propane was cut years ago." I looked out the window. Behind us, smoke curled faintly above the trees. Thin, gray, unbothered. They reassigned me to the South Rim after that. I filled reports, attended debriefs, tried to explain what happened without explaining too much. Residual power surge, malfunctioning repeater, possible unauthorized presence, paperwork words, safe words. But sometimes, when the night shift drags in the canyon, wind turns metallic with rain, the North Rim frequency still hums alive on my radio. And over the static, I hear the scrape of a chair, the soft pour of coffee, and a voice that always sounds calm, almost kind. "Morning, Price. Keep the logs up. The shift never ends." I used to switch the radio off. Now I just listen, pen in hand, waiting for the next line to write. Because someone always has to stay. My name is Ranger Darren Holt, Field Operations Lead for Mount Rainier National Park. I've worked these slopes for 18 years. Long enough to know that nothing up here ever really stays still. The mountain breathes in ways that make you feel small, and when it exhales, whole ridgelines change shape overnight. You learn to read the ash, and snow like a language slumps, fractures, the faint grain of wind direction frozen in dust. You also learn that footprints are an unreliable witness. Ashes slide, edges crumble, and even the best, preserved impressions can lie. I've told every new ranger the same thing. That's why I can't quite explain what we found that morning along the Ash Creek wash. We were 4 in the team: myself, Ranger Alina Moreno, geotech specialist Paul Baker, and seasonal volunteer Nick Tran. Routine patrol. The previous week's tremor had slowed a flank of loose material into the drainage, and headquarters wanted us to check slope stability before opening the upper trail again. The morning was clear enough for Rainier to show its white head, the wind dry and carrying that faint sulfur tang you only notice when the vents are restless. We parked the utility truck at mile 17 and hiked the rest on foot, the ash crunching under our boots like crushed glass. Ash Creek looks harmless from above. A wide, pale channel, dry except for a trickle of meltwater, threading through the center. But its banks are steep, 20 feet high in some places, and the bottom can swallow you when it rains. We followed the creek south for about a mile before dropping in to inspect a collapsed culvert. That was where Alina stopped short. "Footprints," she said. I expected the usual. Maybe a hiker ignoring closures, maybe some curious local. But the ash told a different story. There were prints, yes, a line of them, crossing the creek bed from east to west. What froze me wasn't their shape, it was the depth. Each heel sank nearly 2 inches into compacted ash, the edges crisp, the arch pronounced, as if whoever made them weighed twice as much as an ordinary person. And they were barefoot. At first glance, the impressions looked almost sculpted. Toes perfectly spread, the ball of the foot clear, no smudge of boot tree. The left and right alternated in a steady stride, about a yard apart, continuing toward the far bank. Paul crouched down, running a glove along one edge. "These are fresh," he said. "Maybe an hour old, 2 tops. No wind scuff. Nick took a few photos on the field tablet. The digital sound too loud in the hush. Could be erosion tricking the depth, he offered. I shook my head. Aish doesn't settle that uniform unless something presses it. I didn't say what else I was thinking. That to make a print like that barefoot, you'd need a downward force closer to a man in full gear, or something heavier. We followed the trail. The prints climbed the far embankment, then veered upstream along the inner wall, heading toward the slope where the lahar deposits thickened. The oddest thing was their temperature. Elena had the thermal imager, mostly for spotting hot vents under the surface, and on impulse she pointed it at the nearest impression. It should have read ambient, maybe a degree warmer if the sun had touched it. Instead, the outline showed cooler than its surroundings. Negative contrast, like the ash itself had been chilled by contact. None of us spoke for a while after that. We pressed on another half-mile, keeping the line of tracks in sight until the terrain broke into hummocks. The prints thinned, the ash giving way to gravel, and finally disappeared near a stand of burned firs left from the last lightning fire. We marked coordinates, took soil samples, and decided to circle back for lunch. The official plan was to report the findings as anomalous impressions, probable hoax or natural distortion, the kind of language that keeps paperwork tidy. But Elena kept glancing over her shoulder. On the hike back, I noticed small inconsistencies. Our own boot tracks were filling faster than they should have. The dry wind swept fine ash into them, as if eager to erase us. The air felt thicker too, vibrating faintly in my chest. I've been through tremor precursors before. They sound like a faraway truck, low and steady, but this wasn't sound. It was pressure rhythmic, a pulse under the ground. Minor venting, Paul said, though his voice lacked conviction. He scanned the slopes through his scope. The sky had dimmed, a thin veil of smoke, or dust filtering the sun into a dull coin. We reached the spot where the barefoot prints began, and found the first set gone. The creek bed was smooth again, untouched except for our own tread from earlier. One did that? Nick asked quietly. Elena lifted her face. The air was still. Not a grain moved. I walked the area, checking orientation, slope, angle of light. The earlier photos were clear, time-stamped, geotagged. We hadn't imagined them. But the ash told no story now. You could have sworn no one had ever crossed there. We made camp near the service road for data logging and lunch. The usual chatter was missing. I filled out the field report with careful neutrality, noting only measurable facts. At 14:10 hours, seismic sensors registered a 1.7 microquake 2 kilometers north. At 14:12, an unregistered signal pinged our radio net, 3 bursts of static, evenly spaced, on channel 7. Paul chalked it up to atmospheric interference. I didn't answer him. When we packed to leave, Nick realized he'd left the thermal unit by the creek bed. I sent him with Elena to retrieve it, while I finished loading the truck. 10 minutes later, their voices came over the radio, low and overlapping. You reading? Elena's tone was controlled but tight. We've got more of them. Footprints. Yes. But they're... Static swallowed the rest. I told Paul to stay with the truck and jog down the path. The ash muffled sound. The slope soft under each step. When I reached the creek, both of them stood frozen at the edge. The new tracks formed a second line parallel to the first, but this set moved the opposite direction, west to east. crossing exactly over the faint depressions where the originals had been. Each new print fit the old one like a glove, same size, same spacing. Only one detail differed. The toe marks were deeper this time, as if whoever, or whatever, had pressed harder on the return trip. Elena whispered, "They weren't here 5 minutes ago." Nick showed me the thermal screen. Again, negative contrast. The footprints were cold. Not room temperature. Cold enough that the imager bled blue into black. We all heard it, then a dull thud somewhere upriver, followed by a sound like a sigh drawn through a flute. Not human exactly, not animal either. The sound drifted with the wind, almost melodic, and faded. We waited, listening for another tremor or echo. Nothing. Eventually, I ordered everyone back to the truck. Protocol over curiosity. But walking away felt wrong. Like leaving a page half-read. The drive down the service road was silent until we hit the tree line. Then the radio crackled. A voice came through, faint under layers of static. Only one word cut clear: Holt. My name. The same even cadence as the earlier bursts, except this time shaped into speech. Paul grabbed the handset. Bass. Say again. The channel stayed open, empty hiss filling the cab. After a few seconds, a second voice overlapped the first, deeper, slower. It repeated the same thing. Holt. We lost signal right after. By the time we reached base, the afternoon haze had thickened into a sulfur fog. Communications were spotty across the park due to micro vents venting gas, or so the dispatch said. I filed the initial incident under geological anomalies and radio interference. That's how these things get buried. Not from cover-ups, just from paperwork fatigue. At dusk, I walked out behind the station to shake off the day. The ash had started falling again, a fine gray drizzle softening every outline. I noticed my own boot prints leading toward the storage shed. Perfectly ordinary. But beside them, half faded in the fresh dust, ran a second set of impressions. Barefoot, pacing me stride for stride. When I knelt to look closer, the ground trembled lightly, and a puff of colder air rose from the prints like breath. I didn't call anyone. Just stood there until the chill sank through my gloves. Then I stepped back and watched the ash fill them in, grain by grain, until the surface was smooth again. That night, Elena texted me a photo she'd found while uploading field data. It showed our first footprint sample, magnified for measurement. Embedded deep in the ash, below the main print, was another faint layer, an older impression almost identical in size and angle. Timestamp metadata put it 12 years before our patrol. Same GPS coordinate. The mountain records everything, I've always said. We just don't like the stories it chooses to tell. The fog rolled in before full dark. From the station's porch, the world looked stripped of edges, every pine trunk dissolving into the next. The ash still drifted in a fine mist that glowed in the floodlights like dust in an old projector beam. We'd logged the day's data, showered off what we could, and sat in the ready room half silent, trying not to make the obvious comparison. Those barefoot impressions had followed us back. Paul worked the seismic monitor in the corner, the one patched into the network of ground sensors that dotted the southern flank. It hummed, needles skipping occasionally when wind hit the tower. Every few minutes he'd note a blip, call out the magnitude, then sigh when it leveled again. Routine, he said. Minor venting, microquakes. Nothing to write home about. Elena and Nick sat across from me at the table, both pretending to read. The radio rested between us like a thing we didn't want to touch. It had stayed quiet since the drive, No names whispered, no static bursts, but the silence felt loaded, as though the channel were holding its breath. At 1940 hours, power flickered once. The backup generator kicked in with a cough. A few ceiling lights dimmed and stayed that way. When systems stabilized, Paul looked up from his screen. Sensor A14 just went offline. That's the one by Ash Creek, I said. He nodded. Could be the wind. Could be ash accumulation. I'll ping it. He tapped at the keyboard, but the interface hung. After a moment, the monitor blinked and filled with static bands, bright interference lines scrolling upward. At the bottom of the feed, the data log updated automatically. Each entry carried a timestamp and a short seismic note, except the newest one. The text line read only, Asesh Karik Zo 1 Ready RN. System glitch, Paul muttered, already defensive. Alina leaned closer. That's not a default string. It's probably a misparse. Return could mean signal restore. But the sensor was still offline. I told him to print the log anyway. The printer in the corner spat out a thin strip of paper, still warm. The word RETURN looked too deliberate, each letter evenly spaced. It didn't feel like code. It felt like a message. Outside, the fog thickened until even the outer flood-wet halos vanished. From somewhere, down the slope came the faint metallic ping of cooling rock. That hollow sound you hear after a small quake. Elena went to the window, peering through the reflection. There's movement, she said quietly. Something's walking the service road. We joined her. At first all we saw were drifting flakes of ash catching the light. Then a shape took form at the edge of visibility. Low, human-sized, upright. It paused halfway across the yard. I couldn't make out features, just the outline of bare shoulders, pale against the dark. Nick whispered, "I someone from base out there." "No one's on schedule tonight," I said. "All crews are accounted for." The figure stood motionless for several seconds, then turned. Not away, but slightly toward us, as if listening. The fog around it rippled with heat distortion. Though the thermal unit on the shelf showed a blue dip when Alina pointed it through the glass. Negative again. Paul lowered his voice. Could be a reflection. Someone walking with a flashlight below the ridge. But the ridge was empty, swallowed by gray. The figure began to move again, slow, steady steps toward the access gate. When it passed the outer sensor beam, the alarm light above the door should have triggered. It didn't. Instead, every monitor in the room blinked once, then displayed the same word as before, RARN. I reached for the radio. Base command, this is Holt at Station 4. Confirm if any personnel are on the south perimeter. Static. Then, faint under the hiss, a voice shaped my name again. Holt. I cut transmission immediately. The figure was gone. Just fog. Nick exhaled sharply. We need to check the gate. Alina shot him a look. With what plan exactly? I said. Standard perimeter sweep. We stay within sight lines 2 at a time. Protocol is a comfort. It keeps your hands busy when your mind's trying to crawl out of your skull. I took the rifle, loaded but safety on, and motioned for Alina. Paul stayed to monitor, Nick by the window. The night outside felt hollow, airless. Ash muffled everything. Our boots made no sound. We swept the beam of our headlamps over the road, past the tool shed, toward the chain link gate. Nothing moved. Then I saw them again in prints. Barefoot, leading straight from the road to the gate, deep as before. Only difference was temperature. Each one glistened faintly, as if wet, though no rain had fallen. The top layer of ash steamed with cold vapor. Alina crouched to photograph them, but the flash bounced white off the fog. She steadied the camera, and I noticed her breath fogging faster than usual, short bursts. "Something wrong?" I asked. She didn't answer. Just stared at the far end of the track where the prints began. Because there were none leading to that first step. No approach trail. No signs of entry from the slope. It was as if the thing had started walking mid-air and set down right there at the fence. Behind us, a faint metallic click sounded from the storage shed. A door latch shifting. We turned together. The padlock on the shed hung open, swinging. I could have sworn I'd locked it before dark. Inside, tools lined the walls: shovels, sample bags, seismic stakes. The smell of sulfur was stronger here, sharp enough to sting. I swept the flashlight across the floor. In the thin layer of ash that had settled since morning were more footprints. Smaller, overlapping, circling the center of the shed. Bare feet again, but lighter this time, maybe child-sized. A faint hum began, low and steady, coming from beneath the ground. The seismic monitor back in the station was probably lighting up like fireworks. I felt the vibration through my knees, as though something massive were breathing under the volcanic crust. Elena whispered, "We should go." We backed out, securing the lock even though it hung uselessly bent. The hum faded as soon as the door latched. Inside the station, Paul looked pale. Every sensor spiked for about 10 seconds, then zeroed. And he turned the monitor toward us. It sent data back. Audio data. He played it. The speakers emitted a thin crackle, then a rhythmic scrape. 2 beats, pause, 2 beats again. Like footsteps recorded through layers of stone. After 30 seconds, a voice emerged faintly beneath the static. The same one from the radio, but closer, steadier, returned. Elena shut it off. "This is impossible. The seismic sensors don't record voice frequencies." "They don't," Paul said. "Unless something's modulating the ground signal." None of us knew what that meant. At 22:15, another entry appeared in the log automatically. "Aseşkir zo2 arpit." Nick said he couldn't stay inside anymore. The air had gone thick, oppressive. He paced, then stopped by the door. "It's quiet out there again," he said. "If something's really moving on the slope, maybe we can see the trail from higher ground." I wanted to refuse, to order everyone to shut down and wait for dawn. But the thought of waiting while the monitors printed their single word messages felt worse. So we climbed the small lookout tower behind the station. Fog shredded briefly under the wind, revealing the faint glow of molten vents along the mountain's distant shoulder. Beautiful, terrible sight. Then, lower down, motion. A flicker of white crossing the Ash Creek Channel. Another. Then a line of them moving in sequence. Not lights. Reflections. Bare torsos catching moonlight as they walk single file through the ash, each step perfectly aligned. Elena counted under her breath. 12. No, 13. From this distance we couldn't hear a sound, but the vibration reached us through the metal railing. That same double beat from the audio: step, step, pause. Step, step, pause. Paul's phone buzzed. An automatic system text from the geological network. Sensor A14 restored, data upload complete. He read the timestamp aloud. 2023. The exact minute we saw the line of figures stop and look up toward our tower, heads turning in unison. We killed the lights. The silhouettes froze for maybe half a minute. Then one by one began to sink. Slowly, smoothly, like being swallowed by the ash itself. When the last head disappeared, the vibration ceased. We stayed there long after the fog closed again. Eventually, Nick whispered, "They were coming back." That's what return meant. No one contradicted him. Back inside, I printed the updated data. The file had expanded, hundreds of new entries filling the feed. But instead of numerical readings, every line carried the same text block. Ace Kiempia. Why, Paul looked at me, half expecting orders. I didn't have any. The system wanted confirmation. That was the word it used. Verify. I sat down, typed AKNWLDGD into the console, and hit enter. The screen went blank for a second. Then it displayed a new coordinate set, identical to the one from the morning's discovery site. Below it, a countdown Auto C59, Goddard 58 Bjorgen 57. I pulled the plug. The monitor stayed on, running off nothing we could see. At 23:01, the power finally died for real. Generator silent. Only the wind and the faint hiss of falling ash remained. We lit one lantern, the old kind with a wick, and sat around it like campers waiting for a story's ending. Nick broke the quiet. What happens when it reaches zero? Elena stared at the lantern flame. Maybe that's when they come back again. The countdown on the dark screen continued, glowing faintly blue in the reflection of the window glass. I realized then the light wasn't coming from the monitor at all. It was outside, beyond the glass, down by the road. 13 faint blue prints shimmered there, leading straight toward the station door. The blue glow outside pulsed once, like breath pressed against glass, and faded. None of us spoke. The generator stayed dead, the radios lifeless. Only that faint digital heartbeat from the unplugged monitor counted down, each second stretching longer than the last. Soosin 32. Paul tried to reason it out, his voice shaking. Residual current in the capacitors. That's all this is. Elena didn't look away from the window. Then why's it projecting onto the road? No one answered. I took the rifle again, though I knew it was about as useful as a flashlight in a dream. Lock the doors. We'll hold here till first light. Nick stepped back from the glass. His reflection looked pale, double, exposed. "They're not moving," he said. "Just standing there." I risked another glance. The 13 prints glimmered faintly, arranged in 2 neat rows leading right up to the stoop. No bodies, no shapes, just the marks themselves, bright as embers seen through ice. Odo 721. The hum came back under the floorboards, low and steady, syncing with the countdown. The seismic monitor began to vibrate against the desk, paper logs sliding off one by one. When the next sheet fluttered down, I caught sight of its header. The system had restarted itself and was printing in bold, block text Verafa Puras NC. Elena whispered, "It's calling roll." We killed the lantern to see better outside. The darkness felt thicker than it should, pressing close to our eyes. From somewhere near the storage shed came the slow scrape of gravel, one step at a time, then silence. Paul murmured, "Maybe another tremor." The floorboards disagreed. They creaked once, heavy weight shifting directly above us, on the roof. The rafters groaned. Hodo 710. Nick moved toward the door before I could stop him. "I can hear someone," he said, hand trembling over the latch. "Don't," I said. "Whatever it is, let it knock first." He half laughed at that, the sound dry and small. What if it already did? Something struck the door. 3 even raps, spaced like the seismic pulse. Then a 4th, lighter, near the bottom, as if a child copying the rhythm. Elena backed up until her shoulders met the wall. "It knows the pattern." The handle turned slightly, just enough to click. I lifted the rifle, safety still on, out of habit more than hope. "Nick, step away." He didn't. His eyes had fixed on something beyond the doorframe, something only he could see. "There's a man out there," he said softly. "Barefoot. Otterzo 03. The hum deepened, shaking dust from the ceiling. Every monitor light flared, casting the room in that same glacial blue. For a moment, I thought the windows had frosted over. But it was ash, drawn to the glass, sticking in perfect hand, shaped prints from the outside. Hauser's 01. The final second hung forever. Then silence, no explosion, no quake, just stillness so absolute it pressed on the eardrums. And then, softly, a voice inside the room, return. Not through the radio, not from outside. From the air itself. Each syllable dry as shifting sand. The lantern relit on its own, small blue flame dancing where the wick had burned out hours ago. In its light stood a shape in the corner. A figure made entirely of ash, edges collapsing and reforming with every breath of air. Bare feet, head tilted slightly as if curious. The eyes were hollows, darker than shadow. It took one step forward. The floor sagged with the weight of something far denser than dust. Paul stumbled backward, knocking over the chair. "This isn't possible." The thing turned toward him. For half a heartbeat, the hollows in its face flared white, like heat lightning. Then it broke apart, ash whipping through the room in a silent gust that hit us like cold wind. When it cleared, Paul was gone. His chair sat empty. But on the floor beside it were two deep footprints, each sinking an inch into the planks. The radio clicked alive again, repeating in Paul's voicey, "Ash Creek complete. Holt verify." Alina screamed his name once before clamping a hand over her mouth. Nick bolted for the back door, yanking it open into the fog. I lunged after him, but the air outside felt solid heavy. My flashlight beam went no farther than my own boots. "Nick," I called. A sound answered from the dark, one long inhale. Then that same flute, like exhale we'd heard by the creek. I caught movement to the left, footprints forming fresh in the ash, one after another, circling toward me. But the air stayed empty. I backed inside, slamming the door. The prints kept forming on the other side of it, pacing the length of the wall. Alina clutched the thermal unit, aiming blindly. The screen showed nothing human, only a cold mass spreading across the floor beneath us, like frost under wood. "It's under the station," she said. The power surged again. Every bulb burst in sequence, showering glass. The hum shifted pitch, climbing until it became a thin keening that vibrated in bone more than ear. I grabbed Elena's arm and dragged her toward the storage hatch under the stairs. Ironically, the only reinforced part of the building. We crouched there, choking on ash dust, listening as footsteps crossed the floor above, slow and deliberate. When they reached the hatch door, they stopped. Something pressed down on the wood. A handprint bloomed in gray powder right above us, fingers long and uneven. Then another beside it, smaller. Elena's breath hitched. "It's two of them." The weight lifted. The house groaned, then fell silent except for a faint rustle, like pages turning. The printer. I crawled out and tore the new sheet free. It held coordinates again, identical to before, followed by 3 words: Kafaram, Al Ratabar Ndi. The ash on the floor had arranged itself into 13 shallow depressions. 14, counting Paul's. Nick's boots were gone from the rack. Alina stared at me, waiting for me to say the thing we both knew. I didn't. I walked to the console, wiped ash off the keyboard, and typed NO. INCOMP. The system paused, then answered with a single line. Ravrayen agresses. The hum began anew, deeper, closer. The ground under the station flexed as though something enormous were pushing upward through soft soil. "Elena," I said. "Outside." Now. We ran. The fog swallowed us instantly, the air thick with fine grit that tasted like pennies. Behind us, the station lights flared once and went out for good. From the direction of Ash Creek came a column of dust rising against the night, faintly luminescent. Through it, 13 shapes ascended slowly, each one trailing a rope of ash back into the ground. Human outlines, barefoot, faceless. They moved with terrible precision, forming a half circle around the base of the slope. And in the center of them, another figure taking shape, broader, heavier. Its first step left a crater in the creek bed. Elena whispered, "That's him." I knew who she meant. Paul's voice came faintly on the wind, repeating the same words through invisible radio static. "Ash Creek complete. Holt verify." Over and over, syncing with the figure's steps. The line of them began to walk toward us. Not fast, steady, inevitable. I fired one warning shot into the air. The recoil echoed uselessly. The ash figures didn't react. They just kept advancing until the ground between us quivered, surface rippling like thin ice. Elena grabbed my sleeve. "We can't stop it. We just have to not be here." We retreated toward the tree line, stumbling through drifts of ash knee, deep in places. Behind us, the figures reached the spot where we'd stood and halted. For a breathless moment, I thought they'd sink again like before. Instead, they turned in unison toward the mountain and began to walk uphill, merging one by one with the gray slope, until the last vanished into the fog. Silence returned, broken only by the soft hiss of falling ash. We reached the truck, half buried already. I turned the key. It caught on the first try. We didn't speak the whole way down the service road. By dawn, Rainier stood clear again, the air sharp and clean as if it had never happened. At base headquarters, I filed an abbreviated incident report. Seismic malfunction. Personnel missing 1 confirmed. I left out the rest. No one questioned it. The mountain eats enough lives that one more name is just another line item. That evening, before heading home, I checked the network feed one last time. Sensor A14 RID operational. The newest log entry carried my own credentials, time-stamped while we'd been driving down the mountain. It read Field, Tower, Farent Halt, Verifa, Finale. I stared at it a long time, trying to remember if I'd ever told the system my password out loud. When I left the office, the sunlight caught something on the steps. Faint depressions in the dust, drying from dew. Barefoot, deep as boots, leading toward the trailhead and ending right at my truck door. I brushed them away with my boot. The ash clung stubbornly to the tread, outlining my own print. Over theirs until you couldn't tell which was which. That's how the mountain keeps its stories straight. It layers the new over the old until they look like one and the same. And every so often, when the wind dies at night, I still hear that soft double beat under the earth. Step, step, pause. Step, step, pause. Waiting for the next name to verify. My name is Ranger Alicia Soto, Senior Field Officer for Sequoia National Forest. I've been with the service for 12 years, which means I've seen more than my share of strange things that still fit neatly inside the lines of possible. Sounds that echo wrong because of wind tunnels. Flashlights glinting off animal eyes that make people swear they've seen faces. A boot print where it shouldn't be because snow softened and froze again. Nature bends rules. It doesn't break them. That's what I've always told the rookies. That night in late October, though, the rules bent in a way that left me watching the ground more than the trees. The shift began routine. I'd taken over the North Grove Patrol, a 4-mile loop running between the big stump entrance and the old Camp Harlow trailhead, a place closed to the public for years because of unstable ground. We'd had reports of trespassers, campfire glow spotted through the pines, car tracks leading past the locked gate, small stuff like that. It happens every autumn when hunters and hikers think the season's quiet enough to sneak through. My partner that evening, Ranger Deacon Lee, met me at the service lot around 1900 hours. Lee's younger, still new enough to double-check his flashlight batteries twice before leaving the station. He's steady, though. Doesn't talk to fill silence. Just watches, listens. That's good company in the woods at night. We left the truck by the gate and started on foot. Cold air had settled low, thin mist brushing our boots. The sky above the canopy looked bruised purple, the kind that never quite goes dark. We kept to radio check-ins every 30 minutes, as protocol. At first, it was just the sound of our breathing, our steps crunching the fine frost over pine needles. Half a mile in, we reached a soft ground patch near a drainage ditch. I noticed prints, 5 or 6 sets, adult-sized, barefoot, that stopped me cold. Could be kids messing around. Lee said. He crouched, tracing one with his glove. The heel impressions were deep, pressing into the soil like someone heavy had walked there. The toe marks pointed toward the gate we'd just locked behind us. Barefoot in 38 degrees, I said. A night. He looked up. Drug use maybe. Or a dare. That explanation didn't sit right. There were too many prints, overlapping like a small group moving together. But not in any hurry. More than that, each step was set back into the previous one's heel. Not sloppily, but perfectly aligned. As if whoever made them had been walking backward with careful precision. I didn't say that aloud at first. I wanted to recheck. So I set my boot beside one of the prints to compare. Then I faced the way the toes pointed, took a step backward, and felt how unnatural it was. The heel hit ground first, the muscles in my calves strained wrong. Lee watched me. "What are you doing?" "They're going backward," I said finally. "Every one of them." He frowned, shining his light down the line. The beam caught the edges of the prints trailing into the woods. "Could be someone walking back to the gate," he said. "They realized it was locked." "Then where'd they start from?" We followed the line deeper, flashlights sweeping side to side. The prints moved steadily north, parallel to the old access road, cutting toward a section marked off for erosion study. After 100 yards, the bear tracks split, 3 veering west and 2 continuing straight. I radioed dispatch to log our position. "Copy, Soto," came the reply. "No other units nearby. Proceed with caution." The next half hour felt longer than it was. The forest kept quiet, too quiet for deer. Every sound came small and far away. Even our own footsteps felt muffled, like the earth was swallowing them. We found the western trail ended at a dry creek bed. The other set kept going uphill, back toward Camp Harlow. I'd been to that camp before. A mess of decaying cabins and storage sheds used decades ago by a youth program before budget cuts closed it down. I didn't like the idea of anyone out there at night, barefoot or not. We pushed on, The fog thickened into low drifts, our beams cutting narrow tunnels through it. When the trail leveled out, we found more prints, fresher. The same bare feet, same direction. Lee crouched again. Still backward, he said quietly. I nodded, and close together. Like they're pacing or circling. A branch cracked up ahead. We both froze. Could be an animal. Lee whispered. Or people watching us, I said. We advanced slowly, radios muted. The mist made our breaths visible, ghostly puffs against the dark. Then the beam of my light caught something pale against the ground. A sock. Damp, mud-soaked, child-sized. I bagged it, logged the GPS coordinates, and noticed faint drag marks nearby, like someone had been pulling a stick, or maybe a piece of cloth. We reached Camp Harlow a little after 2100. The structure stood half, collapsed, roofs caved by snow seasons ago. The air smelled of old pine pitch and mold. My radio crackled faintly. Signal's always bad up there. I motioned for Lee to check the main cabin while I circled the fire pit. Ashes, recent, still clumped. Someone had burned a small fire within the last 12 hours. Nearby were more prints, again backward, starting from the pit and leading into the trees north of camp. Inside the cabin, Lee found an old lantern, still warm to the touch. That meant we'd missed whoever was there by minutes. Dispatch, I said into the mic, trying to keep static clear. We've got evidence of recent occupancy at Camp Harlow. Possible multiple individuals, barefoot, maybe under influence. Requesting secondary unit from South Gate. Copy Soto. ETA 30 minutes. Hold position. I signed off and exhaled slow. 30 minutes in those woods can feel like 3 hours. We decided to track the fresh prints while waiting. The trail cut downslope toward a ravine. The backward pattern continued, but this time the spacing widened, as if the person had started running backward, heels digging deeper into soil. Momentum all wrong but deliberate. A sob came then, a sharp metallic clink like metal hitting stone. Lee froze. That's not wildlife. We followed it another 20 yards and found an empty canteen lying in the dirt, lid unscrewed. Next to it, a pile of old hiking gear, mildewed pack straps, fragments of a poncho. Everything looked aged, left to rot seasons ago. Lee turned the canteen over. Stamped 2019 issue. That detail hit me harder than it should have. In 2019, there'd been a missing persons report not far from here. A group of local free climbers gone off trail near the marble outcroppings. We'd found their vehicle, not their camp. Case went cold. I noted the find in my log. The air temperature kept dropping. Our breath turned thick, curling back toward us. Around 21:30, we reached the bottom of the ravine. The ground there was a patchwork of old moss and loose stone. The footprints ended at the creek line, then reappeared on the opposite bank, as if the person had crossed without breaking stride. No drag marks, no splashes. Lee's voice came quiet. I don't get it. They'd have to jump it. I scanned the creek, 7 feet across, shallow but icy. Well, cross here. We made it over, boots slipping on slick stone. On the far side, the pattern changed again. The footprints angled in a small arc, leading toward an outcrop of boulders, shaped almost like a staircase. On one of them, near eye level, was a smear of mud shaped like a palm print. I shone my light up. The top boulder was flat enough to stand on. Someone climbed, I said, maybe watching. Lee's radio hissed faintly, distorted words we couldn't make out. He turned it off. We climbed after. At the top, the view opened into a clearing bathed in weak moonlight. and right there in the middle of it, more prints, overlapping each other in messy spirals, all backward. The soil was soft enough to show even the smallest detail, down to toe ridges. Why would anyone do this? Lee muttered. Psychological condition. Could be paranoia, ritual behavior, fugue state. I said automatically, quoting search and rescue training. But even as I said it, it felt hollow. We stood listening. Somewhere far off, a tree creaked under its own weight. The sound echoed like a door hinge. Then a low whistle drifted through the clearing. Short, 2 notes. Not birdsong, too deliberate. Lee raised his light toward the sound. Hello. No answer. Just the echo, fading. We decided to fall back toward camp and wait for backup. As we turned, Lee stopped me, pointing at the ground. New prints had appeared on top of ours. Same pattern. Bare feet walking backward. This time heading in the direction we'd just come from. We moved faster after that. By the time we reached Camp Harlow again, the fog had thickened to the point of blindness. I kept checking the compass, making sure we hadn't veered. When we reached the cabin, I did a quick head count of the scene. Gear untouched, lantern gone cold. ETA 10 minutes. Dispatch said faintly through static. Lee stayed by the doorway while I checked the fire pit again. The ashes had shifted, faintly disturbed, though the air was dead still. I crouched to bag another sample when something caught my eye. A faint heel mark pressed into the dirt, right beside my boot. Fresh enough that the edges hadn't settled. It pointed directly toward me. That was when Lee whispered, "Soto, look at the gate." I turned. Through the fog, far down the slope, 2 flashlight beams were moving. Slowly, in reverse. Lee's whisper barely carried. "Soto, look." Down the slope, through layers of fog, 2 beams of light slid between the trees like eyes behind glass. They didn't sway or bob the way handheld flashlights do when someone's walking. They just moved, steady, parallel, and wrong. At first, I thought maybe the backup had arrived early. Maybe 2 rangers from the south gate using high lumens to cut through the mist. But the beams weren't climbing the trail. They were drifting downhill, facing the wrong direction, moving in reverse, like someone walking backward with perfect coordination. I raised my radio. "Dispatch, this is Soto. Confirm secondary unit location. Static." Then a faint, garbled reply. "Unit, south entrance. ETA, 20 minutes. Not them." Lee shifted beside me, his breathing tight. Could be poachers. Or they're lost. Lost people don't walk backward with flashlights, I said. We both stood there too long, watching those lights glide behind the trunks. Vanishing, reappearing, vanishing again. I wanted to write it off as refraction in the fog. Light bending, splitting, the way it does when car beams catch condensation. But there were no roads here. No vehicles. The only trail ended right where we stood. The air had that strange weight it gets before snowfall, though the forecast had promised clear skies. My breath came slow and loud. Finally, I forced us to move. Slow descent. Eyes locked on the direction of the beams. Halfway down, they blinked out. Just gone. We reached the gate 5 minutes later. Lights sweeping the ground, nothing. No footprints, no tire marks. Not even the old ones we'd first found. The mud had firmed in the cold, sealing over like time had skipped forward. Lee kicked a stone. We must have lost them in the ravine. Maybe, I said, though my voice betrayed doubt. We'll sweep again once backup gets here. He crouched, scanning with his flashlight. Wait. He traced the beam along a faint depression in the soil. Something's here. I knelt beside him. The impression was subtle but unmistakable, the same deep heel, first indentation pattern we'd followed all night. And again, backward, leading directly toward the gate. The same gate we'd locked from the outside before starting patrol. Lee shone his light higher. The metal latch was still secured with my padlock. But below it, near the ground, someone, or something, had brushed away the frost in a wide, clean stroke, as if dragging their hand backward across it. I didn't like the feeling that came next. Not fear, exactly. Just that quiet realization that the explanation, whatever it was, had stepped outside the usual margins of sense. "Let's move up," I said. "We'll wait by the truck." The vehicle sat 50 yards up the service road. When we reached it, condensation had already thickened across the windshield, silvering the glass. I keyed the ignition to run the heater. The dashboard clock read 22:04. We radioed in again, clearer this time. Dispatch confirmed backup en route, 10 minutes out. I gave them the quick version. Unidentified lights near Camp Harlow, potential trespassers. Evidence of backward walking pattern consistent with previous prints. I avoided editorializing. The facts were strange enough without my opinion layered in. Lee kept scanning the road behind us. "You think it's the same people from 2019? The free climbers? Buddies don't stay on their feet 6 years." I said, then immediately regretted the phrasing. He half laughed, but it didn't stick. The forest had gone silent again. Not the natural quiet, but that hollow kind where even the wind seems to pause. At 22:13, headlights appeared down the bend. 2 Rangers, Morgan and Tran, pulled up in the secondary unit, their tires crunching frost. Relief washed through me harder than I expected. Morgan leaned out her window. "You called in trespassers. Possible group," I said. "Barefoot trikes, backward stride. Light seen near the old camp." She blinked. "Backward?" "Yeah, like, actually walking backward." I nodded once. "We'll show you." We briefed them quickly, then led the team back down toward Camp Harlow. The fog had thinned, replaced by that brittle clarity that comes when cold snaps hard. The moon had risen higher, spilling silver through the pines. It should have been easier to see, but I almost missed the first thing out of place: my own footprints. Gone. Where we'd walked earlier. The soil now lay smooth as if pressed by 1,000 small hands. Only the backward tracks remained. Morgan whistled low. "All right. That's new." Tran crouched, taking photos for record. "Could be someone following you. Could have wiped your tracks." "With what?" I said, barefoot uphill, in freezing temperature. He didn't answer. "At the camp. The fire pit looked exactly as before, except the ash was gone. Just a circular stain in the dirt. My evidence bags lay undisturbed, where I'd left them on a rock, but the tagged sock inside had vanished." I felt something click inside me then. An old, familiar instinct from years of fieldwork. It's the moment when you realize you're not investigating anymore. You're being measured. "Let's check the perimeter," I said. We split into pairs. Morgan and Tran took east, Lee and I took west, tracing the slope that led toward the creek. The light from the other pair faded fast between the trees, swallowed by distance. Halfway down, Lee stopped me with a quiet. He pointed at the ground where the frost glimmered faintly. A new trail had appeared. Bare feet again, but smaller this time. Child-sized. They wove between ours like a reflection, toe to heel, matching pace. He whispered, You think someone's toying with us? I don't think this is about us, I said. I think it's about the ground. The pattern. What pattern? Every trail loops. First we saw them heading toward the gate, then back to the camp, then the same direction we came. It's like... I hesitated, searching for a rational framework. Like someone rehearsing movement. Backward motion. Retreating steps. Who rehearses that? Before I could answer, the radio crackled softly. Morgan's voice came through. Soto, you seeing this? Seeing what? No reply. Repeat, I said, sharper. The only sound that followed was a faint scraping. Metal on rock, like someone dragging a tool slowly across stone. Then static swallowed the line. We broke into a run toward their last known direction. Our lights jittered against trunks, catching branches and faces of trees that all seemed too identical. The forest does that when panic sets in, repeats itself. We found Morgan's flashlight first, lying in a patch of frost. Its beam pointed up at nothing. The batteries still hummed warm. Tran was standing 10 feet away, facing a tree. Perfectly still. Tran, I said, breathless. You good? He didn't answer. I approached slowly, catching my breath. His light dangled from one hand. His boots were planted in the dirt, firm. Then I noticed his posture, rigid. Shoulders slightly pitched forward, like he'd been about to step. But the footprints beneath him were reversed. Heel toward the tree, toes pointing back toward us. Tran, I said again. He turned, slow and mechanical, like someone shifting weight in reverse motion. His expression wasn't vacant, just distant. Where's Morgan? I asked. He blinked as if hearing from underwater. She went ahead. Which way? He raised a finger, not toward any path, but directly behind himself. I didn't like the way the air tasted. Metallic, sharp, full of iron. Lee whispered, "Let's get him out of here." We guided Tran back toward the camp. His gait was stiff, half shuffling. I kept an arm near his shoulder without touching him, just in case. At 2302, we reached the cabins again. Morgan wasn't there. The ash circle had returned. Only now it glowed faintly from residual heat, as if reignited without spark. The prints around it had multiplied. Dozens of them, all circling the pit. Lee's voice cracked. They're fresh. I felt it too. The faint vibration through the soil, like footsteps under the surface. Then Tran's radio blared unexpectedly, full volume. Backward. You're walking backward. Before cutting to silence. He flinched so hard the device fell, skidding into the dirt. His light went out. We stood in near dark. I forced my breathing steady and switched to protocol, remove one variable at a time. Lee, I said, stay with Tran. I'll check that signal. I stepped toward the edge of camp, radio up, sweeping my beam across the tree line. The light caught something pale moving between trunks. Maybe a jacket, maybe not. It was gliding backward, slow and silent, like film in rewind. Stop right there, I called. It froze. For a long breath, nothing moved. Then, in perfect mimicry, it raised a hand. Same height. Same angle as mine. Behind me, Lee shouted, "Alicia, look at the ground." I tore my gaze downward. Every inch of soil around the fire pit was shifting. New footprints pressed into existence one after another, forming a ring. Heel first. Always heel first. I raised the radio again. Dispatch, this is Soto at Camp Harlow. We need immediate extraction. Copy. Silence. Then, faintly, copy, Soto. Hold position. Sunrise crew dispatched. Ite. Static swallowed the rest. I exhaled, scanning the trees again. The pale figure was gone. The prints had stopped forming. Lee moved closer, keeping Tran upright. "What now?" "We hold position till morning," I said. "Here." "Here." We built a small controlled fire from our emergency kit, keeping it low and tight. No one spoke much. Trang sat blank, staring at the flames like trying to read them backward. Sometime after midnight, I took first watch. The forest had gone still again. Every few minutes, the wind shifted, carrying faint crunches from beyond the fog. But when I checked, there was nothing there. Just our own tracks, looping in circles that looked, for all the world, like they were walking back to where they'd come from. By 0200, the cold had turned the air thin and sharp enough to taste. Our little fire spat more smoke than heat, and the mist had risen again, slow, coiling. The kind that hangs just high enough to turn every shadow into something halfway human. Tran hadn't spoken since we sat him down. He just stared into the flames. Once, when I asked if he felt dizzy, he whispered, "It's all in reverse," and then went silent again. Lee sat opposite me, chin on his knees, keeping his flashlight pointed down. His hand never stopped shaking. Not fear exactly. Just that adrenaline rattle that comes when the body's trying to convince itself it's safe. I'd already decided we were walking out. Backup or no backup. The place had turned strange. Not supernatural, not mystical. Just wrong in its math. Things didn't line up. Trails changed direction when you weren't looking. Prints rearranged. Even sound came delayed, as if bouncing back from the wrong place. At 0:20, the radio cracked alive again. One hard burst that made us all flinch. "Ranger Soto, this is Sunrise Crew 1. Departed Southgate. ETA 0600. Sit tight." Their voice was steady, confident. Just human enough to sound like a rope thrown across water. "Copy," I said. "We'll be at Camp Harlow Clearing. 3 personnel. 1 may need medical eval." "Understood. Hold perimeter." I clipped the radio back to my vest. For the first time in hours, I felt the faint edge of relief. But it didn't last. At 02:47, the fog thickened so fast it was like a curtain falling. The firelight pressed back only a few feet. Lee moved closer. "It's looping again," he said. "What?" "The sound. The creak." I listened. He was right. The faint trickle of water below us was repeating in identical rhythm, like a recording caught on playback. Each pause, each splash. Not random patterned. I walked to the edge of the clearing. My beam caught movement, barely visible shapes between trunks, shifting just outside focus. My first thought was wildlife. Maybe deer moving through. But there was no snort, no breath cloud. Just motion that matched our pace exactly. When I stopped, it stopped. Lee joined me, breath hitching. "It's echoing us." "No," I said. "It's tracking us." He didn't answer, and I didn't blame him. At 03:05, Tran finally stirred. He stood up abruptly, walked backward 3 steps, and stopped at the ring of footprints. His eyes reflected firelight like glass. I moved toward him slowly. "Tran," I said, keeping my voice even. "Sit back down." He didn't blink. "They're just practicing." "Ooh." He pointed behind me. Past the fire, toward the tree line. Lee swung his flashlight that way. Nothing, just fog and stillness. Then a figure appeared. Not emerging, not stepping forward. Just there. 50 yards out. The beam caught the shape of a parka, reflective strip faint under the grime. The person stood perfectly straight, arms at their sides, head slightly tilted. Their face was shadowed by the hood. "Identify yourself," I called. No answer. Lee's voice cracked. Could be Morgan. Maybe. But my gut knew it wasn't. Morgan wouldn't stand still like that, not without a signal. I raised my light higher. The reflection from the parka flared. Beneath it, the figure shifted. Not a turn, not even movement forward. A half step backward, then another, and another. It wasn't fast, just deliberate. Heel first, smooth as if rolling on rails. Lee swore under his breath. I kept the need to stop. Hands up, no response. Just that same slow, backward retreat until the figure disappeared into the fog again, leaving the clearing still as stone. I turned to Tran. What did you mean by they're practicing? He blinked, finally focusing. It's so they don't get lost, he whispered. They learn the ground in reverse. That way, they can always find their way back. Something in his tone told me he wasn't quoting anyone. He remembered it. I sat him back down, checking his pulse. Steady, normal. Whatever had gotten into his head, it wasn't shock. It was conviction. At 03740, the fire burned low. Lee went to collect more kindling from the perimeter. I stayed by Tran, watching the mist pulse and move. Then I heard Lee shout. I ran. He was crouched by the dry creek bed, flashlight shaking in his hand. The soil beside the water was torn up, fresh prints again. This time smaller, older, overlapping in every direction. What is it? I asked. Look closer, he said. I did. Each footprint had its twin, perfectly mirrored beside it, as if two people had been walking heel to toe in perfect synchronization. I straightened. We're going back to the truck. Lee, didn't you have not enough humanizer words left? Upgrade your surfer plan. My name is Ranger Daniel Haynes, Senior Fire Lookout, Black Hills National Forest, South Dakota Division. I've worked the tower rotations for 23 seasons now. Long enough to know what silence sounds like when it means something and when it doesn't. My shift log calls this Servation 41 mid-season rotation, June 18th. I remember that date clearly because of what I found on the cabin recorder that morning, before the day had even begun. The Black Hills looked tame from a distance. Gentle slopes, pine, thick ridges, meadows that break open like a held breath. But the land has a way of holding its own stories. Out here, you can see 50 miles in every direction on a good day. Fires don't sneak up on you, not visually. But what gets people is the quiet. It changes shape with every hour, every gust. You start reading meaning into the static between radio calls. You start hearing your own voice come back to you. The lookout cabin sits atop Harney Peak, elevation 200 feet, reachable only by a narrow service trail that winds through the trees like a scar. It's an old structure, built in the 1930s, timber frame, metal roof, a radio console bolted to one wall, and a single cot by the window. The recorder's an analog model, one of the last in rotation, kept because it's reliable. Though the reliability of something that old depends on how you define the word. My shift started at 0600. The climb was quiet, morning air thick with the smell of resin and dust. I'd spent the night at Base Cabin 9 with the incoming weather tech, Miller, who was running a calibration check on the new wind sensors. We talked over coffee about how the season's been dry, even by hill standards, and how the lightning storms had started early. Nothing unusual, just that familiar pre-fire restlessness. When I reached the tower, the first thing I did, as always, was unlock the console, check the battery levels, and switch on the quarter to make my baseline log entry. but the light was already blinking. Steady red, meaning it had been running. I hadn't left it on. No one had clearance to be up there before me. At first, I figured Miller had been curious and hit record by accident during maintenance the previous week. The deck was dusty but undisturbed. No fresh prints. I pressed rewind out of habit, expecting the familiar hiss and pop of dead air. Instead, the machine gave a soft click, and then my own voice came through the speaker. Observation log 41, Firewatch 1830 hours. Visibility poor, haze in the west quadrant. I've marked potential smoke activity near the limestone ridge, coordinates 897 by 1, 3. 1 need verification before sundown. I froze. The timestamp, 1830 hours, was 12 hours ahead. I checked my watch. It was 0608. The recorder shouldn't have anything beyond the last shift. The last entry should have been dated June 17th, signed by Ranger Ellis before his rotation ended. I stopped the playback, rewound again, and listened closer. It was definitely my voice. Tired, low, and that dry edge I get near the end of a long shift. But I hadn't made that recording. Not yet. I checked the machine's counters, thinking maybe the dial had stuck or the tape looped itself from a previous entry. But the tape reel was fresh, swapped last night. I'd done it myself before, heading down to base 9. That reel shouldn't contain a single second of sound until I pressed record this morning. The rational part of me knew what to do. Log the equipment malfunction, contact base for a replacement, and carry on with observation. But the sound of my own voice saying those words, marking coordinates, talking about a haze that wasn't there yet, it got under my skin in a way I didn't want to admit. Still, work was work. I stepped out onto the deck to take my first reading of the day. The air was clear. The sky sharp blue, sun already lifting past the ridge. No haze. No smoke. The pine canopy rolled out in a soft, endless carpet. By 0830, I'd logged wind speed at 9 knots southwest, humidity at 21%. Temperature climbing fast. I radioed base control, gave my morning report, and mentioned the recorder glitch casually, like it was nothing more than a stuck relay. Miller laughed. Said those old reels sometimes picked up bleed from nearby frequencies. Probably just your voice from the last shift echoing back. He said, ghost in the wires. Ghosts or not, I replaced the tape reel. I marked the first as defective, possible feedback, and sealed it in the storage box. Then I told myself to drop it. The rest of the morning passed in that slow, easy rhythm that only isolation teaches you to appreciate. Birds threading through the thermals. The tower's wood creaking like it remembered storms. I scanned each quadrant. Plotted a few minor heat blips on the map. Just sun glare bouncing off granite, nothing real. Around noon, cloud cover began thickening over the western ridge. That's normal this time of year. Hot air rising off the plains, catching on the peaks. I logged it, marked it on the weather chart. Then I took a break, made coffee, and sat by the window with my field journal. When you've worked alone this long, you learn to keep your own company. I used to fill the hours with music, but after a while, silence feels truer. You can hear the forest breathe, the insects, the sap, even the sigh of the trees. But that day, the quiet had a texture to it, like it was listening back. At 12:45, I flipped the recorder on to dictate a mid-shift update. The machine hummed, red light steady, just as it should. I spoke the routine words. No visible fire activity, low traffic on service roads, pending storm buildup west side. I played it back to check clarity. It was fine. No echo, no distortion. I felt better after that. A simple glitch, easily fixed. Maybe I'd misheard the earlier playback. Maybe it wasn't my voice at all. The brain can twist sound when it wants to. By 1600, the sky had shifted again. The western line was a gray wall, the kind that promises dry lightning. I radioed Miller to confirm the radar readings. He said nothing major yet, but the airfield was watching a system drift north. We kept the line open while I scanned through binoculars. That's when I saw it. Not a fire plume, something smaller, paler. A low mist, hugging the slope near the limestone ridge, exactly where my future recording had mentioned haze activity. I took a compass bearing and checked the coordinates against my map. 897 by 131. A chill went through me. The same numbers. I grabbed the radio. Base, this is Harney Tower. I'm seeing possible haze activity, west quadrant near Limestone Ridge. Coordinates 897 by 13. Can you confirm? Miller came back after a long pause. Copy, Harney. We're not picking anything up on satellite. You sure it's smoke? Not sure. Light density, low spread. Could be ground fog or dust. Roger. Keep eyes on it. We'll recheck the thermal. I logged the sighting and the time, 16:32 hours. I waited another 10 minutes. The haze thin drifted and was gone. When I stepped back inside, the recorder was still running. I hadn't turned it on. The red light blinked. I stopped it, rewound, and hit play. My voice filled the cabin again, but this time, the timestamp was 1904 hours. Observation log 41 continuation. The ridge haze has shifted east. Still no ignition. But there's something else. Voices on the open channel. They're calling my name. I slammed the stop button. The deck rattled. I sat there, staring at the machine like it might speak again. I checked the tape reel. It was the new one, the one I'd started at noon. I hadn't recorded anything past 12:45. The rational explanations came quick and thin. Maybe the timestamp dial was faulty. Maybe someone spliced an old reel. Maybe Miller was pulling some kind of prank. But that voice, my voice, sounded different. Slower. The tone wasn't one I recognized in myself. I noted the malfunction in the written log and unplugged the recorder entirely. Set it aside, face down. I told myself I'd report it properly once the shift ended. By 1800, the sky broke open into thunder. I closed the shutters halfway, radioed base to confirm lightning protocol. Miller was off duty by then, replaced by a junior tech who sounded distracted. The ridge stayed quiet. No strikes. But when I turned back to the console, I noticed the recorder's light, still blinking red, even though it was unplugged. That's when the first thunder cracked close enough to rattle the cabin walls. The air turned metallic. I sat down on the cot, notebook in hand, and tried to convince myself that the red blink was just residual charge. A trick of the light. Anything but what it looked like. Outside, the storm crawled over the ridge, rumbling deep in the valley. And under the thunder, somewhere in the low static of the unkeyed radio, I thought I heard it, my own voice faint, saying something I couldn't quite make out. I checked the clock. 1829 hours. 1 minute before the time the first recording had mentioned. And that's where everything began to overlap. Recordings predicting observations. Observations matching recordings. I didn't know then how deep it would go. I just knew the night was coming, and the mountain didn't feel like it used to. I kept the radio volume low after dark. The storm had passed, but the air carried that strange aftertaste storms leave behind. Ozone, pine sap, and something sour, like burnt dust, The cabin walls ticked with cooling wood. Everything felt slightly charged, as if the world was waiting for another sound. It was 1920 hours when I started my evening perimeter scan. The rules don't change, no matter how strange a day gets. Check quadrants. Mark visibility, note anything out of place. The habits keep you sane. I set the lantern near the window, flipped open my binoculars, and swept the ridgeline. The world looked new again in the storm's aftermath. Wet bark glistening, fog rising in ribbons. Nothing burning. Nothing moving. When I went back inside, the recorder was silent. No blinking light now. Just a dark window in the console. Wires loose where I'd pulled them earlier. I don't scare easily, but I can admit that seeing it dead gave me more relief than it should have. Still, the silence had a weight to it. I found myself checking the corners of the room, the way you do, when your mind starts inventing shapes. The cot, the table, the logbook, the drip of rain from the eaves. Ordinary things, all in their right places. At 19:30, I made my final daylight entry in the written log. Visibility restored. No active fires. Will maintain storm watch through 1,000 hours. That was standard practice. Every lookout stays awake until midnight during weather events. After that, you rotate to sleep shifts. Assuming no lightning strikes. I heated a can of soup on the propane stove, ate slowly, listened to the forest settle. Every now and then the tower swayed. That slow, pendulum motion you stop noticing after your first few seasons. I almost convinced myself the whole recorder incident was just an artifact. A voltage surge from the storm, maybe feedback looping my earlier test notes. It had to be. The simplest explanation is almost always the right one. But then 2,000 hours came, and with it, a click. It was faint, mechanical, unmistakable. The recorder switching on. The machine was still unplugged. I didn't move at first. Just stared at that red light, flickering on again, like a pulse. Then came the tape whine, the low crackle, and my voice, clear, calm, and wrong in a way I can't define. Observation log 41, final entry. It's after midnight. I can hear someone climbing the stairs. No response from base. If anyone finds this, I hit stop. My hand was shaking, though I wouldn't admit that to anyone at the time. The machine whirred to a halt. I checked the reel, still the same fresh tape from earlier. I marked the counter position, rewound to confirm, and replayed it again. Same words. Same timestamp. 1,004 hours. I could have yanked the tape out and thrown it off the mountain. But curiosity has its own gravity. I needed to know what else was on there. I rewound to the start, pressed play, and let it run. The first few seconds were normal background hiss, followed by the faint sound of wind outside, then my voice again. Monotone, like a man half asleep. Visibility low. Fog increased across ridgeline. Temperature dropped 10 degrees in the last hour. No visible fire activity. Then silence. The next section kicked in after a minute of dead air. Radio contact lost at 2130. Base not responding. Repeated calls on channel 3 and 4. No reply. Possible storm interference. The way I said it, matter of fact. Routine. It was how I actually would have logged it. Like something that could genuinely happen. The storm could have fried the relay. Nothing strange about that. But then came another gap. A scrape like the mic brushing fabric. My breathing. There's light near the ridge again. Not lightning. Not flame. It's steady. The tape hissed, then stopped mid-sentence. I shut it off, leaned back, and took a slow breath. The air in the cabin felt thinner, though the windows were still cracked open. I looked at the clock. 21 hours. The log I'd just heard described events starting an hour in my future. I decided to test it. If the tape was somehow pre-recorded, if someone was trying to mess with me, it would have a finite length. I hit fast forward, watched the counter spin, then stop automatically around the 30-minute mark. So it wasn't an infinite loop, just a single recording. A message that hadn't been made yet. That thought unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. I took out my field map, circled the limestone ridge, and glanced through the binoculars again. The western slope was barely visible through the lingering fog, but something was there. A faint glow, flickering just above the tree line, not bright like flame, more like a reflection. I radioed base again. Harney Tower to base control, requesting visual confirmation of ridge activity, west quadrant. No response. I tried again. Static. The line was clean a few minutes earlier, but now it buzzed faintly, as if someone were holding the mic open somewhere down the line. Base, come in, I said again. Do you copy? This time I got a reply. Half a word, maybe just a breath. Then nothing. I logged it, marked the time, and made the call to hold my position until confirmed by morning. You don't go chasing lights in the forest alone after dark, not even for official reasons. Every ranger learns that lesson early, but my focus kept slipping back to the recorder. The counter had moved again on its own, a few seconds forward. I wrote it down, each number change, each click, and then something shifted. Not in the machine, in the air. The pressure in the cabin dropped. My ears popped. A long, low crack sounded from outside, like a branch giving way, but heavier. I stepped onto the deck with my flashlight. The beam cut through mist that looked more like steam than fog. Everything glistened wet. The forest was utterly still, as though sound itself had been pulled out of it. Then, faintly, below me, the metallic creak of the tower's lower ladder. I froze, aimed the light downward. The stairs were empty, glistening rain, slick metal. Nothing moving. No sign of wildlife either. No deer, no wind, nothing. But the sound had been real. The whole tower had shuddered slightly under it. I called down instinctively. Who's there? The words vanished into fog. No echo, no answer. When I stepped back inside, the recorder was playing again on its own. My voice came through once more, whispering now, the words soft but clear. I called down, but there's no one there. Whoever's climbing stops when I move. The air pressure keeps dropping. My compass won't hold north. I picked up my own compass. The needle trembled, swung, then stilled. North. True and steady. I tried to shake it off. These towers play tricks on your mind after long shifts. The light, the altitude, the isolation. I made a conscious choice to sit down, open the written log again, and write every detail in real time. That's how you regain control. You put things in ink. The radio crackled again around 2110 hours. A burst of static, then Miller's voice. Harney Tower, this is base 9. We've got partial relay. Do you copy? Relief hit me hard enough I almost laughed. Copy, base. You're breaking up, but I read you. I've had interference on the line. We're seeing storm echoes still bouncing. You all good up there? Affirmative. No visible fire. Just some strange electrical issues. Understood. We'll send a tech in the morning to check your recorder and antenna array. Might have taken a lightning pulse. Sit tight. Copy that. The signal held just long enough to steady my nerves. When it dropped again, I actually felt grateful for the silence. I made another note. Base contact re-established 2110 hours, partial reception. Will maintain observation through midnight. By 2000, fog had climbed high enough that the ridge was invisible. I turned down the lantern, stretched out on the cot, and tried to rest while keeping one ear tuned to the forest. Half an hour passed, then another. The quiet grew so complete that even my heartbeat sounded foreign. At 23:30, I gave in and switched the recorder back on, intentionally this time, to make a fresh entry. The machine hummed normally now, no spontaneous playback, no red light blinking. I logged the time, weather, and noted that the ridge lights hadn't returned. But as I spoke, I heard it again, under my own voice, faint, delayed, like a whisper following me half a second behind. Observation log 41 on 2331 hours, fog density high. I stopped mid-sentence. That echo wasn't feedback. It was playback, perfectly matching me, word for word, with a heartbeat's delay. I turned off the recorder. The echo stopped too. Outside, the wind picked up again, rattling the shutters. The forest made a low, slow groan, the kind of sound you can feel more than hear. I sat there a long time, hands flat on the table, waiting for it to pass. The last time I looked at the clock, it was 2003 hours. Exactly the time that future entry had mentioned. The recorder light blinked red once more, then steadied, and just before the tape started spinning again, I heard the first metallic clang of a boot on the lower stair. It's strange what the body remembers first, the sound or the stillness around it. That first clang of the lower stair wasn't loud, just enough to tell me someone or something was down there. A single wet step, then another. I stood, flashlight ready, breathing too carefully, as if sound might invite it closer. The cabin grinded lightly under the tower's sway, same as always after a storm. But I could tell the difference between wood shifting and metal weight. Whoever was climbing was deliberate, each footfall evenly spaced, no rush, no pause. My watch read 1004 hours, the same minute my earlier recording had described. The words replayed in my mind. I can hear someone climbing the stairs. No response from base. If anyone finds this. I stepped toward the door. The metal latch trembled against its frame. Outside, fog clung thick to the deck, the lantern light bleeding no farther than the first rail. I couldn't see the base of the tower. I called out, calm and professional. Harney Tower to base control. I may have unauthorized movement near the structure. Please confirm Ranger status. Static. Then faintly, my own voice. Not over the radio, but from below. Harney Tower to base control. I may have unauthorized movement near the structure. Please confirm Ranger status. The same words, repeated, echoed perfectly, half a breath late. I froze at the threshold. The fog below shifted, moved. Not like air, but like something within was drawing closer. I kept the beam angled downward, waiting for the figure that never quite emerged. Then, nothing. The steps stopped. The tower stilled. When I backed inside, I locked the door, bolted it for the first time in my career, and turned off the lantern. Darkness felt safer than light. The recorder clicked again. Its red eye glowed steady on the console. I'd left it off, but the tape reels were moving slow and steady, like a breathing rhythm. I should have pulled the tape then. But I sat down instead. Listened. It's inside now. The door's locked, but it's inside. It moves when I speak. It sounds like me. I felt my throat close. That voice on the tape wasn't tired anymore. It sounded resigned. I said out loud, "This is Ranger Haynes. I'm still in control. The recorder is malfunctioning. I am hearing my own previous words misaligned by static delay. That's all this is. My voice shook anyway. I reached for the plug to disconnect it again, and the tape stopped before I touched it. Just stopped, mid-hum. The air pressure lifted, like the cabin exhaled. I waited, counting my breath. 10 seconds. 20, 30. Then, under that silence, came the lightest knock. Not on the door. From inside the console. 3 dull taps. Metal against metal. The radio flickered alive on its own frequency. Static swelled. Then my voice again. Low, barely audible. Daniel, you're still sitting down. Stand up. I did. Instinct, nothing else. The radio crackled again. Step away from the console. That one wasn't my voice. It was Miller. Base control to Harney Tower. Are you there? You're transmitting but not responding. Do you copy? I nearly laughed from relief. Copy, base. Loud and clear. You're breaking up, but I hear you. Good to know, Harney. We've been picking up feedback on your frequency. Looping transmissions. Sounds like someone reading your own logs back to you. Do you have any external interference? I'm not sure, I said, glancing at the recorder. I've got a malfunctioning deck that's repeating logs. I think lightning damaged the circuitry. Understood. Keep recording by hand for now. Don't transmit unless necessary. Weather's clearing. We'll have a team up there by sunrise. Copy that. And then, almost like it wanted the last word, the recorder started again. There won't be a sunrise. I slammed my fist against the stop button. The machine coughed, spun, and the tape finally snapped with a dry pop. The sound startled me enough that I stumbled back into the table. Coffee spilled across my notebook, smearing the ink where I'd written 1004. Something about that, the time mark dissolving, made me move. I grabbed my pack, radio, flashlight. My plan was simple. Descend to the service road, hike to base 9 through the night. It was a 6-mile trek downhill. Doable if I left right then. But when I opened the door, the fog hit like water. Dense, blinding cold. I could barely see the first landing below. My light just died into it. Still, I started down. Each metal rung rang hollow underfoot. I counted steps. 1 flight. The night swallowed sound in every direction. I could have been descending into nothing for all I knew. Halfway down, the radio on my belt hissed. Then it spoke in my voice. Don't go down. It's waiting below. I stopped cold, looked up. The cabin light above was gone, snuffed out completely. Looked down again. The fog swirled thick. Something about the phrasing caught me. It's waiting below. Not someone. That's what broke the illusion. I shut the radio off and kept moving. Whatever was mimicking me could burn itself out for all I cared. By the time I reached the ground, the fog had turned into a living wall, so thick it felt like stepping through wool. My flashlight beam hit nothing but white. No horizon. No sense of direction. I used the railing to orient myself and started following the maintenance path toward the main trail. Every sound felt too close. The crunch of gravel under my boots echoing back sharper than it should. I didn't realize how disoriented I'd become until I checked my compass and found it spinning. Not wildly. Just drifting. Slow and lazy, like it couldn't make up its mind. That's when I heard another set of steps behind me. Perfectly synced to mine. I stopped. They stopped. I turned the beam back toward the tower. Nothing, just fog. But when I called out, my voice came back immediately, as if I'd spoken into a mirror. Daniel Haynes. Harney Tower, same tone, Same pitch, same distance I ran. I don't know how far or for how long, 5 minutes, maybe 15. The fog swallowed every landmark. I should have hit the first service gate by then, but all I saw was more slope, more trees. At one point I thought I glimpsed another light between trunks. Amber, flickering. I followed it. It led me right back to the tower. Same silhouette rising through the mist. Same railing. My boot prints in the dirt still fresh. That's when I realized what had really gone wrong. The storm, the recordings, the echo. It wasn't time that was looping. It was me. The recorder's last words circled my mind. It's inside now. It sounds like me. I should have waited till dawn. I should have stayed put. But by then I couldn't tell which voice was giving orders. Mine, or the one that had started speaking through the machines. So I climbed back up. The ascent felt endless. Every flight I passed looked identical. Every landing the same slick metal. Every breath a mix of fog and fear. When I reached the top, the door stood wide open. Lantern light glowing steady inside. The recorder sat where I'd left it. Tape broken, but the reels were turning anyway. Slow, steady, empty. I stepped closer. The air in the room felt heavier again, charged like before a lightning strike. On the table lay my written logbook, open to a fresh page. The ink was wet. The handwriting was mine. Observation log 41 to 1004 hours. Ranger Haynes has left the tower to investigate. If anyone finds this recording, stop reading before you reach this line. I stared at it, not understanding. Then the radio crackled, soft, weak. Base 9 to Harney Tower. Morning check-in. Daniel, do you read? I grabbed the mic. Base, this is Harney. I'm here. But the sound that came through wasn't my own. Harney Tower, Daniel here. Visibility clear. No fire activity overnight. Ending observation log 41 at your 600 hours. A pause. Starting new shift. Then silence. The recorder stopped. Outside. Light began creeping through the fog. Morning clean and harmless, like nothing had happened. The forest looked brand new again. I could even hear birds. When I finally keyed the radio, Base responded instantly, cheerful, unaware of any lost hours. Copy that, Harney. Glad to hear from you. We got your morning log loud and clear. Sounded like you pulled a double shift. I didn't argue. Didn't ask what they'd heard. Just what that the console, the dead recorder, and the open notebook with one last line I hadn't written. End of rotation confirmed. Continue tomorrow's shift as scheduled. They rotated me out 2 days later. Miller said when the techs checked the equipment. The recorder was clean. No tape, no electrical fault, nothing. The model didn't even have a timer capable of pre-stamping entries. I still keep the written log, though. Page 40, one ends at 1004 hours. The next begins with my handwriting again, neat and comms observation log 42, June 19th. Clear skies over the Black Hills. Recorder functioning normally. No fire activity to report. Sometimes, when the night gets still enough, I hear the faint click of a reel turning that isn't there. My name is Evan Laird, Seasonal Park Ranger for the Boundary Waters, Kano Area Wilderness in northern Minnesota. I was assigned here for the summer solstice rotation, June through late August. My first official posting after completing the service training in Duluth. I'm 26, still green by most standards, and when I arrived at the Moose Lake Ranger Station, I was trying hard not to sound like someone who rehearsed confidence on the drive up. The Boundary Waters is the kind of wilderness that makes you quiet. 1 million acres of lakes and portages. threads of water stitched through rock and spruce, canoes instead of trucks, radios instead of cell service. The first week on duty, I found that the silence out here was less about sound and more about distance, about how far human voices can travel before the forest swallows them whole. Ranger Whittaker, the senior stationed with me, had 30 years in the service. He looked like every other Northern Ranger, stereotype carved into one man. Squared shoulders, wind-burned face, beard gone half silver. On my first morning, he handed me the standard map packet, a dented thermos, and a key ring labeled Canoe Cache 3. He didn't waste words. Stay on the designated routes. You'll learn the rest by watching. It was 3 days before he mentioned the lanterns. We were patching a section of trail near Knife Lake, hauling gravel from the service canoe, when he nodded downstream. Solstice is in a few days, he said. You'll hear the talk about the river lanterns soon. Locals like to tell that one. What's the story? I asked. He wiped sweat from his forehead with a gloved hand. People say lanterns float upstream every year, always the night of the solstice. They claim each has a ranger's name tied to it, someone who went missing up here. He kept working, like he hadn't just said something that begged follow-up questions. When I asked if he'd ever seen them himself, he shook his head. No, but I've pulled enough beer cans and bait butt of these waters to know people will toss anything if it keeps the story alive. That should have ended it. But the way he said, people, left me wondering if he meant the public or the other rangers. The rest of that week felt stretched thin. Solstice was Friday, and the northern light lingered late, long, drawn-out evenings, where the sun took hours to fall below the pines. My duties were simple patrol too. Portage trails, log campsite conditions, and check the visitor permits stored in the weatherproof boxes. Each evening, I'd return to the Moose Lake outpost, record my notes in the station logbook, and listen to the radio crackle with other rangers checking in from miles away. The air smelled like smoke most nights, not from fires but from campers' stoves drifting across the water. On Thursday, the day before solstice, I met a pair of outfitters unloading canoes near the launch. They were locals, older than my parents, friendly in that clipped northern way. One of them, his name was Ron, or maybe Don, asked where I was stationed. When I said Moose Lake, his face pinched in mild amusement. You picked an interesting week to start there, he said. You'll get a show tomorrow night. I laughed it off, but he leaned on his paddle and added, if you see lights on the water after midnight, don't bother chasing them. Every year someone tries. You'll just end up paddling in circles. The other man elbowed him, told him to stop spooking the ranger. But I could tell by the glance they traded that it wasn't a campfire story to them. That night, I logged my shift summary and lingered over the notes from past solstices. The logbooks went back 20 years. Faded ink, coffee stains, the occasional pressed leaf inside. Nothing about lanterns, at least not officially. But in the June entries of 2011, I found a line that stopped me, of 3 lights moving against current Moose River, 2347 hours. Possibly kayaks without nav lights. Log for follow-up, no report filed next day. The handwriting was Whittaker's. I didn't mention it when he returned from his route the next morning. The solstice dawned cloudless and sharp, light scattering over the still water like broken glass. Our morning briefing was quiet. Whitaker sent me to inspect the canoe landings near Birch Portage while he managed the visitor counts. "You can take canoe 4, he said. "If you're out past dark, radio in by 2300. Don't go chasing ghost stories." That last line carried weight. Like he'd caught the question forming behind my eyes. I pushed off from the dock around noon alone. The air was cool, clean. The kind of northern clarity that makes sound carry farther than it should. My paddle cut through the reflection of pine crowns and drifting clouds. Loons called across the water, that hollow, laughing sound that feels almost human. I reached Birch Portage by late afternoon, logged campsite 17B as cleared and safe, and spent an hour replacing a damaged bare line at a nearby site. The simplicity of the work kept my mind steady. Rope, knot, test, repeat. But as evening drew in, the quiet began to feel too large again. The lake was flat as glass. I could see the reflection of my own canoe on the water, like another ranger paddling beneath me. By the time I started back toward the station, the sky had gone pale gold. The sun took forever to set, the horizon caught between light and shadow. I reached the dock just before 10, tied off, and started my nightly routine. Fuel check, gear stowed, entry logged. When I stepped inside the outpost, Whitaker was seated by the shortwave, a mug in hand, his eyes on the darkened window. "Good timing," he said. "You're about to get your first Boundary Waters solstice." He didn't elaborate, just poured coffee into a spare mug and slid it across the desk. The clock above the map board read 22:742. The last pink edge of daylight was draining away. We sat in silence for a while, the hum of insects rising outside. Then, faintly, I noticed a light flicker near the waterline. At first, I assumed it was a camper's headlamp or a reflection from the moon, which hadn't even risen yet. But the glow was moving upstream. Slow. Steady. Another light appeared behind it. Then a third. Whitaker's jaw tightened, but he didn't reach for the radio. "Probably kayaks," he said, though there was no conviction in it. "No one's supposed to be out this late, but..." The lights kept coming. Small yellow orbs gliding over the black water. They moved perfectly spaced, like beads on an invisible string. And they were silent. I found myself stepping onto the dock before realizing I'd moved. The night air carried the sharp smell of algae and cold pine. Ripples shimmered where the lights passed, but no shapes followed. No hulls, no paddles, no shadows breaking the surface. Whitaker stood behind me. "Don't go near them," he said quietly. "Could be kids messing around, or lanterns from the outfitter camps. You fall in, you'll never find your way back before sunrise." I nodded, though I barely heard him. The nearest light drifted close enough that I could make out its form. A tin lantern, the kind you'd see in old cabins. Flame steady behind the glass. It moved against the current, uphill toward the bend in the river that fed into Moose Lake. The wind should have pushed it back. Whitaker called my name once, sharper this time. Inside, Evan. I turned away reluctantly. When I looked back from the doorway, the lights had reached the far curve and began to fade behind the pines. The river swallowed their glow. Neither of us spoke for a while after that. The station clock ticked past midnight. Finally, Whitaker said, "It's always the solstice. Every damn year. Started sometime after the 80s. Locals think it's the missing rangers, back to guide the rest of us home. I think it's kids floating lanterns from the south end. Wind shifts, current tricks you. Simple as that." "Then why upstream?" I asked. He gave a short laugh, more like a sigh. Currents split funny in this region. Look it up on the hydrology maps. You'll see. He gathered his papers and went to his bunk, leaving me alone with the quiet. I stared at the blank pages of the logbook, pen hovering. Eventually, I wrote observed 4 lantern, like lights moving north against mild current between 22:7:45 and 23:10 hours. Source unknown. Before closing the book, I glanced at the previous year's solstice entry, June 21st, 2024. Whitaker's handwriting again. It read lanterns seen, same direction, no pursuit, do not record publicly. Outside, the river was dark again. I sat by the window until the first thin gray of dawn began to soften the horizon, trying to convince myself that what I'd seen could be explained by wind and illusion, reflections and distance. But the image stayed with me. The steady, unhurried lights moving upstream, as if drawn toward something none of us could see. And one detail kept gnawing at me. When the nearest lantern passed, I thought I'd seen a tag dangling from its handle. A small square of paper or cloth. It looked like it had writing on it. By sunrise, I'd already decided what I'd do that night. I would take a canoe upriver and follow that the lanterns had taken. I didn't sleep that day. I tried, but the cabin felt smaller than usual, the air thick with last night's silence. Every time I shut my eyes, I saw that tag dangling from the lantern handle, turning gently with the current. Maybe it was nothing. Trash caught on a wire, a reflection. But maybe it wasn't. By mid-morning, I decided I wasn't going to wait until another solstice to know for sure. Whitaker didn't say much over breakfast. He sat at the table, sipping coffee, flipping through weather reports, like it was any other day. When I told him I wanted to check the river section north of Moose Lake, his eyebrows rose, but only slightly. "You'll find nothing but rocks and mosquitoes," he said. "Still," I answered, "I'd rather confirm that." He sighed, leaned back in the chair, and studied me for a moment. "You'll take radio unit 5, spare battery, and the waterproof map. I'll stay on channel 3. If you're not back by sundown, I'll call it in." He didn't forbid it, but his tone made clear he wasn't thrilled either. I packed the gear anyway. By early afternoon, I launched the canoe from the dock. The water was mirror, flat, disturbed only by the paddle strokes and the slow swirl of pollen drifting near shore. I moved north, the same direction the lanterns had gone, tracing the curve of the Moose River toward the Narrows. The smell of spruce and mud thickened as the day warmed. Dragonflies darted low over the surface, and the occasional fish broke the calm with a ripple. Every few minutes, I'd stop paddling just to listen, the kind of stillness where you can hear the whisper of trees, rubbing in the wind, the tick of wood expanding in the sun. About an hour in, I reached the point where the river split into 2 channels. One veered west, broad and shallow. The other, the one the lanterns had taken, was narrower, shaded, and winding. I followed that one. The current there did something strange. Instead of pushing me back, it seemed to drift in both directions. Eddies curling upstream, caught in invisible loops. I dipped the paddle and felt resistance, then a sudden slack, like the water couldn't decide which way to move. Hydrology maps could explain it. That's what I told myself. I passed the burned remains of a logjam, blackened and half submerged, probably from an old lightning fire. Above it, tangled branches formed arches over the river, filtering sunlight into shifting ribbons. Beneath the surface, the rocks gleamed with mica, glinting like scattered metal. Around 3 o'clock, I found something caught along the bank. A glass lantern, half sunk in the mud. I steadied the canoe, reached out with the paddle, and hooked it closer. It wasn't old, maybe a year or two weathered. Metal frame, cracked glass, small tea candle inside. A damp paper tag hung from the handle by fishing line. I turned it over and read the name written in blue ink, smudged but legible J. Gardon. The name meant nothing to me at first. But when I got back in the canoe, I remembered the missing persons list pinned to the station corkboard. Gordon had been one of the rangers listed at the bottom. Presumed drowned, 2009. That chilled me, but not for the reason it might sound. If this was someone's idea of a prank, they'd done their research. The missing list wasn't public. Only rangers had access to it. I bagged the lantern, logged the coordinates in my field book, and continued upriver. The sunlight began to dull around 5, turning the water the color of tarnished silver. At 17:42 hours, my radio hissed, "Station to Canoe 4. You copy?" Whitaker's voice, faint but steady. "Copy, this is Canoe 4, I said. "Found one lantern at grid 24B. We'll return before 2100 all." A pause, then, "Copy that. Don't go further than the second bend. You'll lose signal." "Understood." But I went past the bend anyway. The further I went, the narrower the river became. The air cooled sharply. Sunlight couldn't reach past the canopy. I saw fresh scrape marks on some of the rocks. Metal, not animal. Someone had been through recently, maybe hauling something upstream. I paddled until I hit a shallow sandbar where the river fanned into a pool. Something glimmered near the far shore. I beached the canoe, stepped into knee-deep water and crossed. It was another lantern resting upright between roots. Its tag read M. Hanson. Another ranger name I recognized from the same board. That's when I heard footsteps. They were faint, but unmistakable. Crunch of gravel, slow, deliberate. I turned, expecting Whitaker, or maybe a group of campers wandering too far. But the sound came from across the water in the trees. "Boundary Waters Service?" I called. "Who's there?" No response. Just the sound of something shifting out of sight. Then the radio cracked again. But this time the voice was static, broken. "Laird, do you copy? Return not safe past." The words dissolved into white noise. I switched channels, tried again, but the static swallowed every frequency. So I waited. 10 minutes, maybe 15. The forest went still again. I decided to leave. I stowed both lanterns and began paddling back downstream. The current felt stronger now, pushing me faster than before. The air carried that wet, earthy smell that comes before a storm. Halfway back, I spotted a third light ahead. This one faint and flickering, drifting upstream toward me. It was real flame, not reflection, and it moved with purpose. I pulled the canoe to the bank, crouched low, and waited as it floated by. The candle inside burned steady, untouched by wind. When it passed, I saw the tag clearly, E-L-A-R-D, my own name. The water moved it forward, upstream as if carried by unseen hands. I couldn't breathe for a few seconds. My first thought was that Whitaker was playing some twisted joke. But he was 10 miles south, and this lantern had come from the north. I almost reached for it, but something in me hesitated. The lantern drifted on, disappearing around the next curve, and I stayed kneeling there, my heart pounding. Logic tried to assert itself. Someone could have seen my name on the shift roster. Maybe the outfitters at the launch were pranking me. The region had enough locals who enjoyed unsettling new rangers. Still, the precision of it. My name on a handwritten tag. The same ink as the others. Didn't sit right. By the time I made it back to the outpost, the light was gone from the sky. Whittaker was waiting on the dock, arms crossed. "You went past the bend," he said flatly. I nodded, too tired to lie. Found 2 lanterns, both with ranger names. Gordon and Hanson. His expression didn't change. "Bag them. I'll add them to evidence storage." When I showed him the coordinates, he studied the notebook for a long moment before closing it without comment. "There's a storm front coming," he said. "You'll stay in tonight. No exceptions." We ate dinner in silence. The rain began around 9, tapping against the window panes, the smell of ozone thickening in the cabin. I caught him glancing outside more than once. Finally, I asked, "What happened to Gordon and Hanson?" He hesitated, then said, "Gordon disappeared during patrol 2009. His canoe was found empty, paddle floating beside it. Hanson in 2016, same river. Both presumed drowned. We searched for weeks." He rubbed his temples. "After Gordon, someone started the solstice stories. Said he went missing on that night. People started releasing lanterns for the lost rangers. Then someone added names. After Hanson, I stopped trying to track who does it. Probably kids. Probably harmless. But the names, how would kids know them?" He didn't answer. Around midnight, the rain turned heavier. The lights flickered inside the cabin, the generator humming low. I went to my bunk, trying to read, but the storm made it impossible to focus. Every gust against the roof sounded like a canoe scraping dockside. When I finally drifted towards sleep, a sharp knock startled me awake. It wasn't thunder, it was the door. Whittaker stood up from his bunk, flashlight in hand. "Stay put," he said quietly. He unlatched the door, leaned out, and swept the beam across the porch. No one was there, but at the edge of the dock, through sheets of rain, several points of light bobbed on the water. Lanterns again. A dozen this time, maybe more, floating against the current. The storm didn't extinguish them. Whittaker's face was pale in the flashlight beam. "Get the camera," he said. "We'll document this properly." We stepped into the rain together, boots sinking into mud, wind clawing at our jackets. The lanterns were closer now, their reflections broken by the rain. One drifted toward the dock. Whittaker knelt, reached out with his net, and snagged it before it could slip by. He lifted it carefully, turned it toward me. The tag hung limp in the rain, ink running down the paper. It didn't have a name this time, just the number 22 written in bold strokes. Whittaker stared at it, lips tightening. "That's how many names are on the missing list," I said quietly. He didn't respond. "Just set the lantern down." The flame still burning despite the downpour. We brought it inside, placed it on the desk. The glass hissed as rainwater evaporated from its surface. I watched the number blur into nothing as the ink blotted away. Whittaker shut the door, locked it, and said, "No more river trips." I didn't argue. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about that third lantern. The one with my name on it, still somewhere upriver. When I finally wrote my report that night, I left out most of what had happened. The official line read, "Recovered 2 lanterns of unknown origin. Observed multiple others drifting against light current. Will investigate local community activity post-storm." But between those words, I added a private note in pencil lantern labeled, "Eli RD sighted at 18:22 hours. Direction of travel, upstream." The storm broke before dawn. I woke to the smell of wet pine and the steady drip from the eaves, a kind of rhythm that felt both calming and expectant. Whittaker was already up, standing at the window with a mug in hand, watching the river churn in shades of gray. "Water's high," he said without turning. "Current'll be rough today. We'll check the banks after breakfast, see what the storm washed up." He said it like routine, but I knew he hadn't slept either. The lantern from last night sat cold on the desk between us, its glass fogged, wick blackened. The tag that had once read 22 was now just a curl of paper blank. We packed gear in silence. Dry bags, gloves, trash tongs, camera. The kind of mundane inventory that gives your hands something to do when your mind's turning elsewhere. At 07:30, we launched 2 canoes side by side, pushing through the mist that clung low over the water. It was eerie out there. Branches littered the surface, the sky low and swollen. Every bend of the river looked different, reshaped overnight. We followed the current downstream first, checking the edges where debris collected. 15 minutes in, Whittaker pointed toward a cluster of driftwood wedged against a fallen spruce. "There," he said. 2 lanterns tangled in the roots, their glass intact but dark. We hauled them in, placed them carefully in the canoe. No tags remained, just the thin line of fishing thread swaying like spider silk. "Same kind as the others," I said. He nodded. "Someone's making these in batches." It should have been a relief, proof of human origin. But something about the precision unsettled me more. Whoever was releasing them had done so deliberately, quietly, for years. We moved upriver next, toward the bend I'd reached yesterday. The water there still moved against expectation, eddies swirling in strange countercurrents. That made the canoe twist beneath us. It took both of us paddling hard to stay steady. Halfway through the channel, Whittaker slowed. "Hold up," he said. "See that?" At first, I didn't. Then the mist thinned, and I saw it. An old dock half hidden by reeds, rotting into the shoreline. Behind it, a narrow trail led up into the trees. He frowned. "That's not on the map." We tied off and climbed out. The trail was soft underfoot, thick with pine needles barely used. After 20 yards, it opened into a small clearing. There, in the middle, stood a shed. It was barely standing, tin roof caved in one corner, wood gone silver with age. The door hung ajar. Whittaker approached first, hand resting near his sidearm. Inside, the air smelled of wax and smoke. Lanterns lined the walls, dozens of them, some finished, some half-assembled, glass cleaned, wicks coiled, tags stacked neatly on the workbench. And in the center, a metal pail filled with melted wax, solidified mid-drip. Whittaker exhaled sharply. "Well, that explains it." I stepped closer, scanning the bench. The handwriting on the stacked tags matched the ones I'd found, steady blue ink. Names written carefully. Gordon, Hanson, R. Mills. One blank tag sat on top, as if waiting for its name. Beside the pile lay a laminated sheet, old and creased. It was a printout of the boundary waters missing. Persons list, official header and all. Someone had circled each name in red marker. Where the hell would they get this? I asked. Station archives, maybe, Whittaker said quietly. We've had break-ins before. Could be some zealot or local group romanticizing the losses. But there was no sign of anyone living here. Dust thick on the floor. Spider webs in the rafters. The newest lanterns looked only weeks old, though. Clean glass, fresh soot on some of the wicks. I checked behind the shed. A small path led down to the water, ending at a crude wooden rack. It held a row of wax tins and a coil of fishing line. Someone had been launching from here, steady, organized. When I came back, Whitaker was staring at the names again. His hand rested on the bench, knuckles white. He said quietly, "That's my handwriting." I looked at him. "What?" He picked up the laminated sheet, the notes in the margins, the small check marks beside certain names, the coordinates scrawled beside them, were his. "This is from the search records," he said. "My own copy. I used to keep it in the station filing cabinet." The realization hung between us. Maybe someone copied it. I offered. He shook his head. "No. I burned the original 2 years ago." We stood in silence for a long time. Outside, the wind shifted, and the shed door creaked. When we finally left, he didn't say a word until we were back in the canoe. His face had gone pale, eyes fixed ahead. "We'll mark this site, log it as unauthorized structure. Then we'll come back with the regional team," he said. I nodded, but neither of us paddled right away. The river around us was calm again, deceptively still. As we drifted downstream, the sun broke through the clouds for the first time all day. The light caught the surface of the water, and for a second it looked like the river itself was glowing. Then something small floated past the bow, a scrap of paper. Whitaker reached for it. A tag, blank on one side, soaked on the other, the ink bleeding but still visible enough to read E-L-A-I-R-D. It must have washed down from the shed, I told myself. Just another leftover. But Whitaker's expression hardened. He placed it gently in the dry bag without a word. We returned to the outpost by late afternoon. The air smelled of rain and smoke from a distant campfire. The place felt changed, though, the way it does when you realize the story you've been chasing might not have an ending you like. Whitaker filed the report immediately. Unauthorized activity along Moose River. Evidence of ritualized object releases. Recommend investigation and cleanup. His tone was clinical, detached. When he was done, he closed the logbook, poured 2 cups of coffee, and said, "This stays between us until the region signs off." I nodded. My mind was still on the shed. The names, the blank tag. The fact that someone had access to internal files. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it than we'd found. Not supernatural, just human. And maybe that was worse. After midnight, when the radio checks were done and the generator hummed low, I took the lantern with 22 on its tag and placed it on the desk. I relit the wick just to watch how the flame behaved. It burned steady. No flicker, no wind. I opened the tag drawer, curious. Most were blank now, the ink washed away from the rain. But one, the one from the shed with my name, had dried into legibility again, the letters sharp against the paper. I read it twice before the meaning sank in. The ink had run slightly, turning the E into a D. D-L-A-I-R-D. My father's name. I hadn't thought about him in years. He'd been a forest surveyor up here in the early 2000s, before he quit and moved south. I never knew much about why he left, only that he refused to talk about the boundary waters after. I sat back, the sound of the river outside threading through the night. The flame reflected in the window, hovering over the dark water beyond. By morning, I'd made up my mind. Whitaker was already up, packing to head into town for supply rotation. "You staying back?" he asked. "Yeah. I'll clear the dock area, see if any debris from a storm's left." He gave a tired nod. "Good. Don't go upriver again." After he left, I waited until his canoe disappeared beyond the bend. Then I loaded one of my own. The day was bright, calm. The river looked harmless now, all shine and ripples. I paddled north, retracing the same path as before, back to the shed clearing. When I got there, I found fresh footprints in the mud. Boot prints, size 12, not mine or Wetaker's. And on the workbench inside the shed, a single new lantern sat ready. No tag, no candle yet, just the frame polished clean. I stood there for a long time, listening to the water move below. There was no one else in sight, no sound but the breeze through the pines. Finally, I took the lantern, carried it to the riverbank, and set it gently in the current. It floated for a moment, spinning once, then drifted downstream, the right direction this time. Maybe that's all the legend ever was. A way to mark what's been lost, even if no one remembers who started it. When I got back to the outpost, I wrote my final report. Recovered evidence of human memorial activity near Moose River. Believed to be ongoing tradition honoring missing rangers. Site to be dismantled. No further incidents observed. I didn't mention the new lantern, or the tag with my father's name. At sunset, I sat on the dock, watching the river run gold in the dying light. For the first time since I'd arrived, the water felt calm, predictable. Maybe Wetaker was right. Maybe the lanterns were never ghosts, just people trying to make sense of absence in a place too big to understand. Still, when the sun slipped fully away and the first stars came out, I thought I saw something flicker far upriver. A brief glint, like light catching on glass. Then it was gone, and for once, I let it be. My name is Ranger Mason Heller, National Park Service, Arches District. I've been stationed here a little under 5 years, long enough to know that red rock can play tricks on your sense of distance, that radios die where they shouldn't, and that sound out here doesn't always obey the map. I'm 37, field certified in wilderness SAR, and the kind of person who still logs every call by hand, even though we've got software for that now. I mention it because I'm looking at that page right now. The date circled, the ink bled a little from sweat. June 12th, the day of the evacuation drill. The day after the siren. The exercise was routine. Every June before peak fire season, we run a mock evacuation for the campground and visitor center. It's mostly to check coordination between maintenance, interpretive, and law enforcement units. The public hears one long siren, holds for instructions, then moves to assembly zones. Rangers confirm zones clear. It's loud, it's messy, and it always ends with someone complaining about the noise, bouncing off the rock like artillery. That morning started fine. I was assigned to the Eastern Patrol Sector, the stretch between Balanced Rock and the Salt Valley Road cutoff. My radio check came back clear. My vehicle, Unit 23, had a full tank, and the temperature was climbing past 90 by 10 a.m. The desert felt wide and simple, the kind of day you can hear coming. At 10:30, dispatch called the all clear. Drill concluded, no issues. The siren died out with that strange hollow fade, like sound slipping behind a wall. Then came the chatter, crews reporting back, jokes about iced coffee runs, usual wrap-up noise. I logged the end time and started driving toward the maintenance compound to drop my forms. That's when the radio crackled again. It wasn't dispatch, not at first. Just a burst of static, then a voice. Unit 9. Confirming evac zone, requesting second sweep. The signal was faint, almost underwater. But the cadence was right. The clipped tone of a ranger on duty. I turned down the AC fan and leaned closer to the mic. Copy that. Unit 9, I said. Repeat your location. Silence. Then another hiss. The voice again, same calm, procedural rhythm. Evac complete. North trailhead secured. Moving to canyon coordinate 12 Delta. I froze. There is no 12th Delta in our grid system. Hasn't been since the late 80s. Back then, a rock slide cut off part of a drainage near Tower Arch, and the area was decommissioned. The old map code, 12th Delta, was erased from active charts before I ever joined. I looked at the dash clock. 10:42 a.m., dispatch. This is Heller, Unit 23. I called. Do we have a Unit 9 active on frequency today? A few seconds passed before the reply. Negative. 23. We haven't had a 9 since 2009. You sure you heard that right? I didn't answer right away. In my logbook, 2009 was the year a ranger named Evan Rourke went missing during a post-storm inspection. His call sign had been Unit 9. They said he slipped in a washout and was never found. The search ran 3 weeks before they declared it unrecoverable. I forced myself to sound steady. Copy that. Probably interference from an off-channel repeater. I'll check the East Ridge for relay bounce. Roger, 23. Keep us posted. The air in the cab felt heavy. I rolled the window down, expecting heat. But the wind that came through was strangely cool, like air pulled from underground. I looked toward the red arches glinting under sun and thought about how radio waves can ricochet in canyons. How frequencies sometimes pick up old fragments, loopbacks from distant towers, ghost channels that hang around. That's the logical explanation. It always is. Still, I found myself turning the truck toward the direction of 12 Delta, out past the tourist roads, into the restricted maintenance tracks where the dust hangs like smoke. The further I went, the quieter the world got. No cicadas. No tires on gravel, just the low hum of the engine. The sandstone cliffs around me narrowed until the sky was a thin, blinding stripe overhead. At mile 6, I lost radio contact with dispatch entirely. That's not unusual in the canyons. But what bothered me was the timing. It cut out exactly as another fragment came through. Unit 9, requesting status check wind shift north quadrant. I stopped the truck. The voice was clearer now, like whoever it was had come closer. Not digital echo or static bounce, just a clean, calm human voice. Unit 9, I said into the mic. Identify yourself. A pause. Then Unit 9 responding. We're still holding perimeter. We? Who? No answer. I stepped out of the truck. The ground shimmered from heat, though the air itself had cooled. I listened. No birds, no wind, just that high, dry silence that makes your own heartbeat sound intrusive. In front of me, the trail forked into a narrow pass. The sign there was old. Sun, bleached wood lettering half erased. But I could still make out something carved faintly into it, D12. Someone had scratched it fresh, maybe within the last year. I took the handheld radio and walked forward. The pass twisted. Red walls pressing close, then opened into a basin I didn't recognize. I've hiked almost every route in this park, but this one felt wrong in its proportions. Too symmetrical, like someone carved it to imitate the natural formations. Then the radio clicked again. Copy perimeter holding. Visual confirmation of evac site complete. I raised the antenna higher. Unit 9. I read you. What evac site? Static. Then a faint answer, barely audible. The siren stopped. The way he said it wasn't a report. It sounded like an observation. I felt the hairs rise on my arms. The siren was only a drill broadcast that morning. But his tone, it wasn't present tense. It wasn't he'd just lived through it, same sequence, same end. I scanned the basin. The sun was directly overhead now, throwing short shadows. In the center stood a single aluminum marker post, bent in half, buried in sand. I wiped the dust off and saw the faded number stenciled on 09. I should have called it in. Should have turned around. Instead, I took a few steps deeper. The ground was littered with broken ceramic, fragments of old radio housings, rusted clips, wire coils turned green with age. I knelt, brushed away sand, and uncovered a nameplate, RORKE, NPS com. That's when the radio let out a burst of white noise so loud it made me drop it. Out of the static came one clear word. Confirm. I snatched the unit up. Confirm what? Silence. Then the same voice. Evans, I was certain now. Calmer this time. As if continuing a conversation I hadn't started. Perimeter secured. Evacuation complete. Awaiting next drill. I felt a sting of cold behind my ribs, like my body trying to protect something fragile. Ivan, I said softly into the mic, though my rational brain told me I was talking to static. If you can hear me, this is Mason Heller, Arches Unit 23. The drill's over. You're clear to stand down. For a long time, nothing. Then a distant echo, not through the radio, but in the air around me. 3 words carried on a shift of wind. Standing down now. The sound wasn't directional, it came from everywhere, bouncing off the walls until it dissolved. I looked up at the cliff edges. For a second, the heat haze shimmered into shapes. 3 figures in Ranger khaki, motionless as if watching. When I blinked, they were gone. I forced myself to walk back to the truck, slow and steady. I could feel the desert tightening again, the way it does before a storm, though the sky was perfectly clear. The radio was silent the entire drive out. At the compound, dispatch was half concerned, half annoyed. You disappeared off GPS for 20 minutes, they said. Telemetry went dead. You find your relay issue. Yeah, I lied. Loose connection near the ridge. I signed off my report, wrote the time, and sat in the truck longer than I needed to. The world outside looked normal. The rock glowing in sunset, the horizon soft. But when I glanced at the dash radio again, the screen flickered once and displayed a line of text. Not part of any function I know. Evex confarmed, unent. Neni stenden by. It vanished a moment later. I pulled the battery, checked the firmware, even swapped out the unit. Nothing else appeared. But when I replayed the call log that night in the communications archive, there was one extra entry between 10:40 and 10:05 a.m. A short transmission, 32 seconds long. No originating ID, no timestamp. Just a line in the metadata that reads source stuff. Delta repeater. Except there's no repeater there. Not anymore. I didn't sleep much that night. Kept hearing that phrase. The siren stopped. As if stopping meant something final, not just an end to a sound. By morning, I'd almost convinced myself it was atmospheric echo, maybe an old test relay, bouncing back from a civilian frequency. That's what I told the supervisor. That's what I wrote in my official report. But later that afternoon, while checking the equipment shed, I found a box tucked behind a comms cabinet. Inside was an old handheld radio, dust-coated but intact, labeled Unit 9 Service Retired. The battery light still blinked faintly green. When I turned it on, it crackled once and a voice, my own, came through. Unit 23 confirming evac site. Moving to Canyon coordinate 12 Delta. For a long time I just sat there in the maintenance shed, the old handheld still humming in my palm. The voice had been mine. Same cadence. Same clipped phrasing I used when running field checks. I replayed the sound twice, but after that first line, the tape was blank. No distortion, no residual signal. Just silence thick enough to feel. I checked the back of the unit. The sticker read Service 2008, Arches Comms. The serial number matched nothing in our database when I keyed it into my phone. It shouldn't have powered at all. The model pre-dated lithium cells. I pulled the battery. It was warm, as if recently used, and slid it into a lockbox. Outside, the desert looked blameless. Low light, long shadows stretching across the service yard. The air smelled like dust and metal. Somewhere far off, a raven croaked once. Then the sound broke apart against the cliffs. I told myself I'd file a maintenance note later, but my hands were already turning the truck key. Some things you chase because you can't stand, not knowing which way the tracks point. Dispatch signed off at 1800 hours. I didn't mention the radio. Just said I'd be running a comms sweep before dark. The supervisor, Dawson, grunted and told me to keep my phone GPS on. The road to the east ridge cut through slick rock that glowed like rust under the setting sun. I drove slow, windows down, waiting for some hint of what I'd heard earlier. Any repeat of that voice, that frequency. But the band stayed clean. Halfway up the ridge, I saw a metal post jutting from the dirt, half collapsed, cables snaking down into rock. One of the decommissioned repeater mounts, long since disconnected. The tag plate had been scratched over, but under the grime I could just make out 12 tar. I killed the engine. The wind up there was thin and dry, whispering through the scrub. My boots left prints in sand that hadn't been touched in years. I crouched by the base of the post and found a small junction box still bolted to stone. When I opened it, a single green LED flickered once, then died. That flicker, that brief pulse, shouldn't have existed. The repeater hadn't had power in decades. I pulled out my service flashlight and angled it inside. Someone had jury, rigged a new battery pack, ducked, taped and wired into the old circuit. The pack was stamped with last year's manufacture date. I called it in on the main radio. Dispatch, Unit 23. I'm at old repeater post 12 Delta. Someone's been out here recently. Equipment tampering, possible illegal install. Static. Then Dawson's voice, bored but wary, 12 Delta. You mean Tower 14? No, sir. The old Delta line. Coordinates north 38, west 109. Pause. We don't have that coordinate logged. You sure about your fix? I looked at my handheld GPS. The numbers were right there. But the display glitched, flickered, and replaced the location field with NO data. I'll double check, I said. Could be interference. Copy that. The sun's dropping, Mason. Don't go off grid again tonight. Understood. I ended the call but didn't move. The LED inside the box blinked once more. Steady this time, and a faint hum rose from the wiring, like a radio waking. Then, through my handheld, came a voice. Unit 9 confirming contact. Perimeter stable. The sound was so crisp it felt close enough to touch. I answered before thinking. Unit 9, this is 23. Identify your location. Static, then North Canyon. Repeater 12 Delta operational. Awaiting next sequence. I stared at the box. Who authorized that install? Protocol Echo. Repeat after signal. Then nothing. The hum faded. The LED died again. I took a step back, heart knocking hard. Protocol Echo. That's not a term we use anymore. It was part of an early evacuation test script retired in 1992, long before my time. I snapped a few photos and hiked 50 yards uphill, enough to get a bar of service. Texted Dawson, found old repeater active. Will return with maintenance crew tomorrow. The phone sent, then unsent itself. Screen flashing message failed, even though the signal icon stayed solid. At that moment the wind shifted. It carried a long, low sound, half mechanical, half natural. A siren, not loud, not near, but unmistakable. One long wail stretched thin across the rock. I froze. Every instinct said it had to be echo from the highway drills, or maybe an aircraft test out of Moab. But it was coming from deep in the park interior, the same direction as the decommissioned basin. The rational part of me started listing possibilities: prank, faulty equipment, atmospheric carry. But my body had already decided. I was walking toward it. By the time I reached the basin edge, dusk had swallowed most of the light. The rock glowed dimly, red fading to violet. The siren had stopped. In its place came short bursts of radio clicks, 3 at a time, spaced evenly. A code. I tuned my handheld down the narrowband spectrum, and there it was again: click, 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 pause. Over and over. Unit 9, I said. I read your signal. Confirm purpose of transmission. Nothing for a moment. Then the faint sound of breathing, followed by a man's voice, steady, emotionless. Drill complete. Personnel accounted for. Awaiting confirmation. I gripped the radio tighter. All drills concluded as of 10:30 this morning. You're late checking in. Identify yourself. Silence. Then, quietly, Rock Evan, Unit 9. The name hit like a cold nail through the spine. I swallowed. Ivan. This is Ranger Mason Heller. It's 2025. You've been listed missing since 2009. Where are you transmitting from? The breathing steadied. Then, perimeter intact. Awaiting next siren. A sound behind me. A stone shifting. I turned my light that way, beam cutting through purple dusk. Nothing but sand ripples, and a low arch casting long shadow. When I looked back, the basin wasn't the same. The marker post I'd found earlier, the one labeled 09, was now upright again, standing clean, no rust. The radio hissed, and another voice came through, layered under static. This one was mine. Unit 23 confirming evac site. Moving to canyon coordinate 12 Delta. I listened to myself repeat it twice, like a looped playback. The two voices, mine and Rourke's, overlapped in a rising weave until it sounded like call and response. Evacuation complete. Moving to canyon coordinate 12 Delta. My flashlight flickered. I heard footsteps, the crunch of boots over stone, maybe 20 feet behind. I swung the beam and caught a figure in ranger uniform, back turned, walking slow toward the far wall of the basin.
Even,
I shouted. He didn't turn. Just kept walking, shoulders rigid. When the light hit him fully, I saw that the fabric of his uniform wasn't the current tan. It was the older gray, green style phased out years ago. His radio, clipped to the shoulder, glowed, faintly red where the transmit light should have been dead. He stopped at the base of the rock wall and placed a hand against it, like pressing for a door. The wall shimmered, no other word fits, and for a second the texture wavered between stone and glass. Then the siren sounded again, but only for a single, sharp pulse. He looked over his shoulder then, just once. The face was sunburned, eyes hollow but alert. He mouthed something I couldn't hear, and the wall swallowed him in. No sound. No trace. I stumbled forward, dropped the radio. Felt the static hit my chest, like a heartbeat out of sync. The basin lit for half a second with the reflection of that pulse. White light bending the color out of everything. Then it was gone. The world went silent except for the faint buzz of my own radio where it lay in sand. I picked it up, and through the static came the sound of a pen scratching paper. Then a voice. Not Rourke's, not mine. Just neutral, mechanical. Drill 22 logged. Evacuation confirmed. Units 9 and 23 accounted. The transmission cut. I stood there until the stars burned through the last light. The desert always brings night too fast. When I finally drove back, the main radio refused to connect until I crossed the ridge. Dispatch pinged me immediately. 3 missed calls, Dawson angry. Where the hell were you? We lost your beacon again. You're supposed to stay line of sight after hours. Copy, I said. Signal dropped. You hear that second siren? Half the valley reported it. Thought we had an actual evacuation. Yeah, I said quietly. Heard it. You find what triggered it? Not yet. He muttered something about faulty equipment and told me to run diagnostics tomorrow. I didn't argue. Back at the station, the others were gone. The building hummed with generator noise and the faint tick of cooling metal. I went straight to the communications room. The log server still showed my earlier recordings, except now there was a new entry. Timestamp 1904. File Cive Cebralo 20 Landhausen 32 source 12 repeater voice count 2. I hit play. First my voice. Unit 23 confirming evac site. Moving to Canyon coordinate 12 Delta. Then Evans. Perimeter secure. Awaiting next siren. Then both together. Drill 22 complete. The file ended with that same scratching sound, pen on paper. I checked the system log. No external access, no playback since entry. Yet when I opened the audio folder, I found an additional file I hadn't seen before, marked only with today's date and the word tomorrow. Inside was nothing but one recorded line. Low and distant, June 13th, 0900 hours. Siren test begins. I looked at my watch. It read 21:48 hours, June 12th, June 13th. I woke before dawn to the sound of wind scraping the shutters. The air felt wrong. Cooler than it should be, dry but heavy. I'd slept maybe an hour. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that faint siren pulse, half inside my chest. Coffee didn't help. Neither did the radio silence. For the first time in years, I wanted noise. Static. Chatter. Anything to prove the world was still transmitting. I reported to the visitor center at 0800. Dawson was already pacing the lot, phone to his ear, sun cutting lines through his hair. He waved me over, irritated but uneasy. You ran a field sweep last night. He asked without greeting. Yes, sir. Next time, you log it. We've got 3 separate reports of a siren after dark. Tourists, even a Moab deputy. You know anything about that? Still running diagnostics, I said. He studied me, maybe catching the tremor in my hands. If you find the source, pull the power feed. Last thing we need is panic during peak season. He started to turn, then stopped. Oh. Comms requested a full archive check. Apparently, some of yesterday's drill recordings replicated overnight. Something about duplicate entries labeled for today. My stomach sank. I'll handle it. He shrugged, distracted, and walked off toward maintenance. Inside, the station lights buzzed low. The communications room smelled of ozone and dust. The server rack still blinked a steady green heartbeat slow. When I logged in, the system clock read 08:52, June 13, and right below it, a timer counting down from Hododar in 59. It stopped at 0900, then the siren started. One long, Rising note rolled through the room, not from outside, but from the speakers themselves, vibrating the metal panel. My headset screamed feedback before cutting out entirely. I killed the volume and stared at the console. A message flashed across the main monitor. DIATUNACE 9 and 23 ACTIV. I hadn't touched a thing. The secondary monitor flickered to life. A screen feed showing live desert footage from outdated trail cameras I didn't even know were still online. Dusty lenses, warped color, but unmistakably real balanced rock, the East Ridge, the basin at 12, Delta. In the last frame, someone stood near the old marker post. Khaki uniform, hat brim low. The caption under the feed read Unit 23, Live E. I touched the screen. The image shimmered, then reset to an earlier timestamp. June 12th, 10:41 a.m. The moment I'd heard the first phantom transmission. Behind me, something clicked. The door had latched itself. I didn't panic. Not yet. Years in the field train you to catalog facts before fear. Fact 1. The siren was local, routed through our internal comm system. Fact 2. The playback was referencing my own patrol log. Fact 3. The loop was starting again. I picked up the handheld on the desk and keyed it open. Dispatch, this is Unit 23. Confirm live drill order. No answer. Only the faint rustle of paper, pen scratching, same as last night. Then my own voice, flat and procedural. Unit 23 confirming evac site. Moving to canyon coordinate 12 Delta. I dropped the mic. Every instinct screamed to leave, but leaving meant walking into that same sound stretching over the desert. And part of me needed to know whether the world outside was sensing to what I heard inside. I forced the door. It gave with a metallic snap. The courtyard was empty. Morning sun glared off the service trucks. No tourists, no staff. The air itself seemed to hold its breath beneath siren waves. I got into the cab, radio still on. The dash display showed no GPS, no signal. Just the same line of text I'd seen yesterday. Yvette FRMD. UNT Nenny Steady NGBY. Then another appeared beneath it, freshly scrolling. Unit 23. Ein Trans IT. I drove east anyway. The road shimmered under heat, though it was barely 9 a.m. The siren faded behind me until it sounded like memory. When I reached the ridge, the old repeater post was upright again. No dust, no corrosion. Like it had never been touched by weather. The cables were neat, new. And someone had set a small notebook on the ground beside it, open to a blank page except for 2 words, written in block pen, continue report. I knelt. The paper was warm, edges rippling faintly, as if air moved under it. Rourke, I said, though I wasn't sure I was addressing him or myself. If you're still running this drill, it's over. Do you hear me? It's over. The radio hissed once, then carried a voice identical to mine. Copy that. Proceeding to final confirmation. Wind rose suddenly, hard enough to sting my eyes. I turned to shield my face and saw movement near the basin entrance. 2 figures this time, both in ranger uniforms, walking in mirrored steps. Their silhouettes blurred where light hit them, edges flickering like bad video. I took a step forward. The radio clicked. Evan's voice. Perimeter secured. Awaiting next siren. Then mine, overlapping, standing by. The figures paused. One raised a hand. And the air itself seemed to warp around the motion. The siren cut out mid-tone, replaced by a deeper hum that rattled my teeth. I stumbled backward. The hum pulsed 3 times, short, long, and in the space after it, everything went still. When sound returned, it wasn't from any direction I could point to. It came from inside the land, a low resonance through stone. The cliffs glowed faintly from within, veins of dull light tracing along their faces like circuitry under skin. I heard a whisper through the radio. Almost kind. Drill complete. Then the notebook pages turned on their own. On the new sheet, my handwriting appeared letter by letter, writing what I hadn't yet said aloud. June 947. Evacuation successful. All units accounted. I slammed the cover shut and backed away. Behind me, the truck radio blared one last transmission. Thank you, Mason. Protocol echo concluded. The light in the cliffs went out. The hum died. The desert became desert again. Hot, silent, unremarkable. I stood there until I could hear normal wind again. The kind that carries sand, not sound. Then I drove back. Halfway down the road, the siren gave one final pulse behind me. Distant enough that I almost convinced myself it was thunder. When I reached the station, it was alive again. Tourists milling near the info boards. Another ranger unloading water jugs. Dawson arguing with maintenance over generator locks. Normal life, mid-morning pace. He saw me pull in and waved his clipboard. Heller, you missed the morning check-in. Everything okay? I opened my mouth, then stopped. Over his shoulder. The office TV was replaying footage from yesterday's evacuation drill. Recorded news coverage out of Moab. The timestamp on the corner read June 13, 090 a.m., same hour. Same siren. Except in the video, I was there, standing near the East Ridge truck, talking into my mic. The news anchor's voiceover said, Rangers at Arches conducted their annual evacuation test this morning at 9 a.m., part of statewide emergency coordination. This morning. Dawson followed my stare, frowned. You all right? You look pale. Yeah, I said slowly. Just tired. He nodded. Go home. We're clear till next week. I walked past the lobby into the comms hall. The server rack blinked idle, humming like a fridge. On the central monitor, the countdown timer had reset again. 23 hours, 59 minutes. I sat down, hands flat on the desk. Unit 9, I whispered. If you're still out there, don't start it again. Static. Then a whisper I couldn't place. Not Evan. Not me, something layered from both. It's never us who start it. The screen flashed once and went dark. I pulled the main breaker, waited until the hum stopped, then left the building. Outside, the desert looked new again, like the first morning after creation. Clean, endless, and utterly quiet. But when I passed the bulletin board by the exit, a single page was pinned there, today's shift schedule. At the bottom, under Patrol Assignments, someone had added in neat block letters, Unit 9. Heller, M. I reached up to pull it down. My fingers went straight through the paper, like mist. I didn't touch it again. Instead, I went to my truck, started the engine, and let it idle. The radio stayed off. I didn't trust the sound anymore. As I drove toward the park gate, tourists were arriving. Families, photographers, people chasing sunrise through the arches. None of them seemed to hear the faint tone that slipped beneath the breeze arising. Distant note that could have been wind through stone, or the very beginning of another siren warming up. I kept driving. The mirror caught the horizon behind me. Red rock, sun glare, no movement. And then, just before the road curved out of view, the radio lit once more on its own, a single green UD pulsing. DRIL-23 QEUED. TMIUS 24 how URS. I left it blinking and didn't look back. My name is Aaron Vale, and I've camped alone for most of my adult life. I tell people it's because I like the quiet, but the truth is quieter than that. I just don't like being watched. Cities exhaust me. The background hum of strangers, cameras, headlights sliding across apartment walls. In the woods, at least the eyes belong to something honest. That's what I told myself when I left Portland on a Friday in late September. It was the kind of shoulder season weekend when most people have packed their gear away. The forecast called for drizzle in the valley, but clearer skies inland, and I wanted one last solo trip before the first snows closed the forest roads. I drove east through Salem, then south into the thick, green folds of the Willamette National Forest. My campsite wasn't marked on any official map. A friend from a hiking forum had mentioned an growth spur past Canyon Creek, barely wide enough for one car. He'd said it was peaceful. No noise, no foot traffic, no rangers checking permits. Perfect. The road narrowed until ferns brushed the sides of my Subaru. When I finally found a clearing, the light was fading to that blue-gray that comes before rain. I parked, cut the engine, and stepped into silence thick enough that I could hear my pulse in my ears. The ground was soft with needles and decomposed leaves. A low bank of fog hung in the tree line, curling like breath. I pitched my tent on the flattest patch of ground I could find, maybe 20 feet from a small stream. I remember pressing my boot heel into the earth. It gave slightly, spongy but not waterlogged. I hammered the stakes, strung the fly, and by the time the camp stove hissed to life, it was properly dark. Dinner was instant ramen and half a can of beer. I set the can beside me, listening to the forest tune itself for night. The soft ticking of rain starting, a faraway owl, something scurrying through the duff. The air smelled of wet cedar and the faint metallic tang of the creek. I slept well for a few hours. Then something woke me, one of those soft, inexplicable wakings where the mind snaps alert before the body knows why. The rain had stopped. The forest was too still. I thought maybe a branch had cracked, or maybe I dreamed a sound. I lay there, listening, until I caught it again, a pop, a crunch, right beneath me. Mice, I told myself, or a root shifting in the wet soil. But the weight of it felt wrong. The tent floor quivered faintly under my sleeping pad, as though the ground itself was adjusting to bear me. I flicked on my headlamp. Nothing moved. The beam lit the nylon walls, the condensation beads, my boots by the door. I waited another minute, then rolled onto my side and fell back asleep, fitfully this time. The way you do after convincing yourself everything's fine when you don't quite believe it. Morning came late. The fog hadn't burned off, and the air smelled faintly of something sour. Earth turned over too recently. When I unzipped the tent flap, I saw that the corner stake nearest, my pillow, had come loose during the night. The ground around it had sunk a little, maybe an inch. The soil there looked darker, freshly disturbed. I knelt to fix it and scraped away some pine needles. Beneath the top layer was loam the color of rust, and under that a seam of pale clay. Someone had dug here not long ago. The thought passed through me like static, a buried trash bag, maybe, or an old fire pit. Still, I felt uneasy enough to move the tent. I pulled the stakes, lifted the corners, and dragged the whole thing a few feet toward the stream. The ground beneath the original spot had collapsed slightly into a shallow bowl. That sour smell deepened, mixing with the clean scent of rain. That's when I saw it, a fragment of blue plastic poking from the soil. Curiosity and dread are close cousins. I reached down, brushed dirt away, and uncovered the edge of a zip-top bag. Inside was something thin and rectangular, muddy but unmistakable a wallet. I wiped the surface clean with my sleeve. The plastic was cloudy, the zipper half broken. Inside, I could see cards, one of them white with a photo. It was my driver's license. I stared at it long enough that the edges of my vision started to pulse. The photo was mine. Same brown hair, same DMV lighting, but the lamination was scuffed, warped by moisture. The issue date was a year ago. The number matched exactly. I still had my license in my wallet, zipped in the chest pocket of my pack. Check. It was there, dry, perfect. I compared the two side by side. Identical. A normal person would have packed up right then, but my brain didn't go to horror. It went to explanation. Maybe I'd lost an old copy once, during a trip, and someone found it. Maybe it had washed here from another site. The forest floor can shift things in strange ways. I told myself all that, but I kept glancing at the indentation in the soil, at how deliberately it seemed filled in. The shape was longer than wide, maybe 6 feet if you followed the sunken outline. I could see where the clay had been tamped down unevenly. I told myself again that it was nothing. People bury all kinds of junk in the woods, but the human body keeps count of whys. It knots your stomach when you feed it one. I decided to dig, just enough to prove myself wrong. I took the small folding trowel from my pack and crouched by the depression. The first few inches were easy damp loam, worms, old leaves. Then the soil changed, darker, slicker. I found a scrap of fabric, tan, heavy canvas. I tugged, it tore away in my hand, leaving a frayed edge. Beneath it, the ground glistened. That smell, sweet and iron sharp, rose up fast. I gagged, dropped the trowel, and stumbled back. I didn't see anything clearly, only a glimpse of texture like matted fur or decayed cloth. I didn't need to see more. I threw the canvas scrap aside, wiped my hand on my jeans, and tried to breathe through my mouth. There was no cell signal here. My phone showed one bar that flickered and died. The nearest ranger station was at least 15 miles of rough road away. I could drive there, but the idea of leaving the site unattended felt wrong too. What if someone came back? I packed my gear mechanically. Tent half wet, stove unwashed, fly flapping loose. I loaded the car and turned the key. The engine caught, sputtered, died. The dashboard lit up with a battery warning. That's when I noticed the dirt on my hands. Wasn't just brown. It had a faint reddish tint that wouldn't wash off with water. I scrubbed at it with a wet wipe, and the smell bloomed again, stronger. Something in me broke through the fog of reason then. The primitive alarm that precedes thought. I locked the doors. For a long minute, I sat there with my hand on the ignition, listening. The forest was still except for water dripping from branches. Then, faintly, something else. A shuffle in the clearing, slow and deliberate, like someone testing weight on damp ground. The car lights were off. Through the windshield, I could see the depression where the tent had been. The dirt there looked different now, flatter, as if smoothed. I told myself to stop staring, to drive, to move. I twisted the key again. The engine coughed to life this time, and I hit the headlights. The beam caught a figure, only for an instant, at the far edge of the clearing. A person maybe, or the outline of one. Tall, motionless. The eye sheen, if there was any, vanished before my mind could decide what it saw. I slammed the car into reverse, gravel spraying, and backed out toward the forest road. Branches scraped the windows. I didn't look back until I hit the main track, and the clearing disappeared behind the trees. It was only then, with the adrenaline ebbing, that I realized something small sat on the passenger seat beside me. A second wallet, muddy. Mine. I hadn't brought it into the tent that night. I was sure of that. The zipper was open. Inside was my driver's license. The same photo. The same number. Only the issue date was tomorrow. The first mile out was nothing but ruts and washboard gravel. My headlights caught every drop of mist, every tree leaning too close. The forest felt alive in a way that wasn't beautiful anymore, just watchful. I gripped the wheel tight enough that my knuckles ached. The wallet sat on the passenger seat like a dare. I kept telling myself to throw it out the window, but I couldn't. Some stubborn part of me needed to know what it was, how it got there. At the junction where the spur met the forest road, I stopped. My phone had half a bar, enough for a call that might fail. I dialed 911. It rang once, then silence. I tried again. The screen flashed call failed before the signal vanished entirely. There was no moon, just the faint reflection of my headlights on the fog. The road ahead twisted downhill toward Canyon Creek. I knew there was an old service station near the bridge, maybe 10 miles. I could make it if I drove slow. Half a mile later, the forest thickened again, and the fog turned solid. The beams bounced back white, blinding me to everything but the hood of my car. I slowed to a crawl, window cracked to listen for any other vehicle. There were none. That's when the smell hit. Wet earth iron, something like mildew but heavier. I thought maybe the brakes were burning, but it came from outside, through the crack. I shut the window. The fog parted just enough to show a shape ahead. At first I thought it was a fallen log. Then it moved. A figure stood in the center of the road, maybe 40 yards ahead facing me. I braked hard. My headlights washed over it, revealing a parka hood, pale jeans, boots. For a second I thought it was another camper, someone stranded. Then I saw the dirt. The whole front of the parka was caked in it. Dark soil crusted from neck to knees. The figure didn't raise a hand or move aside. I honked once. The sound bounced off the trees, came back wrong too fast. When I blinked, the road was empty. I didn't think. I drove. Gravel flew behind me. The fog thinned, the forest opened, and after another mile, I saw a faint orange glow ahead. The service station. Relief came too fast, like a body realizing it can breathe again. The building was small, more a shack than a station. One dim porch light glowing above a shuttered window. A single truck sat in the dirt lot. Old, maybe 90s, the kind of thing locals never sell. I parked near the light and left the engine running. Inside, the place smelled of oil and coffee left too long. A man in his 50s sat behind the counter reading a newspaper. He looked up slowly, like people do when they haven't seen anyone in hours. "Evening," he said. "You lost." I realized then how I must look. Mud on my jeans, eyes wide, probably shaking. "I need to report something," I said. "There's someone buried out there. A grave, I think, near the Canyon Creek spur." He didn't react right away. "A grave?" he repeated. "Yes, I dug into it by accident." And there was. I hesitated, not sure how much to say. I found my own license, buried in it. That made him pause. He folded the newspaper. Careful, deliberate. "You found your ID in the ground?" "Yes. I don't know how, but I need to contact the sheriff. My phone won't." "There's no service up here," he said, calm as if discussing the weather. "Landline's in back. But the line's been spotty since the rains." He stood, moving with the unhurried weight of someone who doesn't rush for anything. "Come on, I'll show you." Something about his tone, the quiet certainty, unnerved me more than the dark outside. Still, I followed him through a narrow doorway behind the counter. The hallway smelled faintly of damp wood and diesel. At the end was a small office. A rotary phone sat on a desk beside a logbook. He lifted the receiver, listened, then offered it to me. "There's a tone," he said. I pressed it to my ear. Nothing, just the faint hiss of dead air. "It's not working," I whispered. He scratched his jaw. "Sometimes comes back after midnight." I looked at the clock on the wall. 12:07. He must have seen the panic in my face, because he gestured to a chair. "Set. I'll see if the CB picks up the Ranger channel." He crossed to a shelf, fiddling with an old radio set. I sat, hands in my lap, heart thudding. My mind replayed the moment at the campsite. The figure in the headlights, the dirt on its chest. A burst of static broke the silence, then a faint male voice. "Station B, copy Canyon Creek." The man leaned closer, adjusting the dial. "Copy that, this is Miller's gas off 22. Got a camper here, says she found something buried." Static, then, "Roger, we're aware. Stay put. We'll send a unit." He nodded once and turned off the radio. "They're on their way." Something in his calmness scraped at me. "How would they be aware?" I asked. "Wes, someone else reported it," he said. "Lots of campers out there." But his eyes didn't match the words. They were steady in a way that people's eyes aren't when they lie. Too steady, like he'd practiced that look. I stood up. "I'll wait in my car." He shrugged. "Switch yourself." The air outside was colder now. The fog pressed close to the light like glass frosting. I got in the Subaru, locked the doors, and checked my phone again. Still nothing. The clock on the dash read 12:22. 15 minutes passed, no headlights on the road. The only sound was the hum of my idling engine and the faint creak of the gas stations. Signs swinging in the wind. Then I noticed movement inside the building. Through the window, Miller was still at the counter, but he wasn't reading now. He was staring out at my car. Not curious, just watching. I looked down, pretending to check my phone. When I glanced up again, the porch light flickered. For half a second, the glass pane of the window reflected his shape twice. One facing me, one turned the other way. When the light steadied, there was only one of him again. I started the car fully, headlights on. The urge to leave was sharp and physical, but the road back was narrow, and the thought of meeting another car, or whatever had been standing there, made my skin crawl. The passenger seat rustled. I turned. The wallet had slid closer to me, though the car hadn't moved enough to make it fall. The zipper was open now. Something poked from the slot where my license had been. A folded receipt. I pulled it out carefully. It was damp. The ink smudged, but I could make out the header Miller's gas station, Oct 24 2024, 11:59 p.m. Beneath it, my name. Vale, Aaron. I stared at it until the numbers lost meaning. That was tonight's date. My card had been used less than an hour ago. I checked my wallet and my jacket. My debit card was still there. Clean, unused. That was enough. I threw the muddy wallet onto the passenger floor, slammed the car into gear, and pulled out. The headlights caught Miller stepping onto the porch, raising one hand. Not waving, not signaling, just lifting it like a test. I drove past him without slowing. The fog swallowed him within seconds. The road back wound uphill. My pulse cinched with the wipers as they smeared the mist. I told myself once I hit the main highway, I'd find service, call the police, tell them everything. But the further I drove, the more the road seemed unfamiliar. Turns where there hadn't been any, reflective posts missing, a sign I didn't remember passing before. After 20 minutes I realized I was looping. The odometer climbed, but the same fallen pine lay across the ditch, the same leaning mile marker half, buried in moss. I stopped, headlights washing the fog, and got out. The air smelled like that same sour earth from the campsite. When I crouched to check the gravel, my beam caught something pale just off the road. I stepped closer. It was my tent. The same model, same color, pitched perfectly beside a small stream. Inside, a light flickered, like a headlamp swaying gently. My own camp stove sat outside, pot still blackened from ramen. My car keys hung from the zipper pull of the tent door. I was 50 miles from where I'd left it. I didn't go closer. I just backed toward the car, slow, trying to breathe through the tremor in my chest. When I reached for the handle, I saw movement in the window. My reflection. Except it wasn't quite following me. It turned its head first. I don't remember opening the car door. Only the feeling of cold air spilling in as I slid behind the wheel again. The forest pressed close around the glass, thick and colorless, fog swallowing the beams of my headlights. The reflection in the window still looked like me. Same jacket, same dirt on my face, but the tilt of its mouth was wrong. I blinked hard. The image didn't move for a fraction too long before catching up. I turned the key. The engine coughed once, twice, then fell silent. The dashboard lights flickered and died. I sat there in the dark, heartbeat climbing, hands still on the wheel. Something brushed against the rear bumper. Not a scrape, not an animal. A push. The car rocked slightly forward, then stirred. Please don't. Though I wasn't sure who I was talking to. Silence. Then another sound. A wet shift of soil. I locked the doors. My breath fogged the glass, a faint white oval. When it cleared, I saw footprints forming in the gravel behind me. Bare, human, pressing down as if someone invisible walked slowly toward the driver's side. I didn't wait to see more. I grabbed my pack and bolted out the passenger door, the one facing the trees. My flashlight beam darted wildly between trunks. The forest swallowed the light almost immediately. I ran toward where I'd seen the tent. The fog brightened faintly as I approached, the way mist glows near a lantern. The air there was warmer, full of the smell of turned soil. Up close, the tent wasn't quite right. The flysheet was zipped, but the tension lines were uneven. One corner sagging as if someone had crawled out from under it and pulled the stakes loose. I called out. No answer, only the creek murmuring close by. I crouched and touched the fabric. It was damp, cold, but the inside bulged faintly with weight. Something or someone was inside. My throat tightened. Who's in there? The zipper moved from inside before I touched it. Just an inch. Enough for me to see the edge of a sleeping bag. My own, red with a black stripe. My flashlight beam trembled. Inside the bag was a figure curled on its side, face turned away. I said my name out loud before I could stop myself, as if hearing it might wake me from a dream. The figure stirred, then stilled again. That was enough. I backed away, the beam shaking so badly it barely stayed on the tent. I turned and ran down the creek bed. Mud sucked at my boots. The water hissed, louder now, like static under the fog. I followed it downhill, hoping it would lead back to the main road. After what felt like an hour, the trees thinned. I stumbled into a clearing I didn't recognize, Flat ground, soft earth. A faint smell of rain. I froze. My tent was there again. This time it was half collapsed, the poles broken. One side caved inward as though something heavy had lain down on top of it. The ground beneath was disturbed. Loose soil, dark and wet. The wallet lay in the center of the clearing open. The license inside was smeared with mud. The issue date was blank. I knelt, staring at it, until a light flared behind me. Headlights, I turned, shielding my eyes. A vehicle idled at the edge of the clearing, an old pickup, the one from Miller's station. He climbed out slowly, flashlight in one hand, radio in the other. His boots sank into the mud with each step. "You shouldn't be here." His voice was quieter than the engine, like someone trying not to disturb a sleeping thing. "I told you," I said, backing away. "There's something wrong here. You knew." He stopped a few feet from me. The beam from his flashlight flicked over the ground, then to the half-collapsed tent. "You dug where you shouldn't have?" he said. I didn't know. They always say that. He crouched by the disturbed soil, brushing the surface with his hand, like a farmer checking seed. "You saw what you weren't meant to see. But that's how it works, out here. The forest gives back what it takes, sooner or later." His tone wasn't threatening. It was almost tender, like he pitied me. I took a step back. "I'm leaving. I don't care what this is." He stood, slowly, and looked up at me. The light from his flashlight cut across his face, and for the first time I saw it clearly. It wasn't mud on his jacket. It was dried clay, cracked along the seams, the same color as the soil under my tent. He said, "You already did." Before I could move, the ground under my feet shifted. The earth gave way like wet paper. I dropped to my knees, caught myself, and realized my hands were sinking into soft soil. I scrambled back, gasping, pulling free. My palms were slick with mud that smelled like rust. When I looked down, I saw it wasn't a hole I'd fallen into. It was a grave-shaped depression, exactly the size of my tent. The same shape. The headlights flickered, dimmed, went out. Darkness swallowed the clearing. Miller's voice came from somewhere in it, disembodied. "You keep digging long enough, you always find yourself." Something cold brushed my ankle. I kicked, stumbled, fell backward. My flashlight rolled from my hand and landed beam up, washing the fog with pale light. The ground beside me was moving, rising in slow breaths, as if something underneath was shifting closer to the surface. I crawled backward until my hand hit canvas. The tent. The zipper hung open now, the sleeping bag inside unzipped, empty. A sound came from the hole, a soft, wet exhale. I turned and ran, not caring where. Branches whipping my face. My breath came ragged. My body felt distant, mechanical. All I wanted was noise, any sign of another human thing. Then I saw it, a faint red glow ahead, low to the ground. Brake lights. A car idling. My car, I sprinted toward it. The engine was running, headlights cutting through the mist. Relief hit so hard I almost cried. I yanked the door open and fell into the seat. Someone was already in the driver's side. For a heartbeat, I thought it was my reflection again. But this one turned first, slowly, face catching the dashboard light. It was me. Same jacket, same dirt on my face, eyes hollowed by exhaustion. But she smiled, small, almost kind. "You made it back," she said. Her voice was my voice, lower, steadier. "It's better when you stop fighting it." I tried to speak, but nothing came out. She turned forward, hands on the wheel. "You'll see. The ground remembers." It just needed to know your name. The car started moving before I touched the pedals. The trees began to blur past, their shapes bending in the fog like smoke. I reached for the door handle, locked. The sound of soil sliding grew louder, like tires grinding through mud. The floorboards were wet, seeping dark through the seams. When I looked back up, the windshield showed the clearing again. The tent, the grave. The car stopped. Me, turned toward me again. Her eyes were empty now. "You should put it back," she said. Then she was gone. The seat beside me was empty. The door hung open. I stepped out into silence. The fog was lifting, faintly blue with dawn. My tent lay flattened, the ground beneath it smooth. No sign of digging, no smell. Just the soft prints of my own boots circling it. My pack sat by the stream, neatly zipped. My real wallet was inside, clean. My license looked normal. Issue date, photo, everything. Only the back had a smear of soil across my thumbprint. I walked to the car. The keys were in the ignition, but the battery was dead. I sat there until the sun rose high enough to burn the mist off the trees. By daylight, the clearing looked ordinary. Peaceful even. When I finally made it out to the main road, a ranger truck was parked near the trailhead. The man inside leaned out his window. "You all right, ma'am?" "I think so," I said. My voice sounded strange to me, like an echo from far away. "There's a campsite down by the creek. Someone might have." He nodded. "We know. Someone's already reported it." "Ooh," he looked at his clipboard. "Name says Vale. Aaron Vale." He smiled, polite. "That's you?" I didn't answer. He pointed to the dirt on my jeans. "You've got a little mud there." I nodded. "I know." When I looked down again, the soil on my hands had dried pale gray, cracked into lines that looked almost like fingerprints. The ranger tipped his hat. "We'll take care of it," he said. I left before he could ask anything else. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, I've washed my hands until they bled, but the smell won't go. Every night, I dream of the creek, the fog, the shape under the soil. And every morning, when I check my wallet, the date on my license has changed. 1 day ahead. Tomorrow, it'll say October 23rd.